Melanin is one of the most biologically powerful substances in the human body. Order the Great Book of Melanin. Research today and explore the science that has too often been reduced, simplified, or overlooked. Learn how melanin absorbs radiation, protects DNA from cellular damage, and influences neurological function. Mechanisms documented across multiple scientific disciplines, but rarely explained together in one place. The Great Book of Melanin Research brings these findings into a single, accessible record, connecting biology, chemistry, and human health with clarity and precision. For decades, this information existed across journals, laboratories, and institutions, yet most people were never taught it. Not in school, not in health education, and not in the conversations that shape public understanding. Instead, melanin was reduced to pigment, assigned a color, and set aside because context changes conversations. Order the Great Book of Melanin Research and see the research compiled, explained, and placed back into plain sight.
Too many people walk through life carrying fear, not because they've done something wrong, but because no one ever told them they have rights. When you don't know the law, even ordinary life can feel like a risk. That's why we build Know Your Rights Foundation, a place where the law becomes clear, simple, and yours. Knowledge is your shield. The law is your defense. Start learning today at KYRF.org.
What's poppin', people? What it do on this 4th of July? It's 4th of July. Y'all out there barbecuing? Y'all out there hooking it up? Y'all out there doing it? Well, send me some, goddammit, because I'm hungry as hell. Shit. I'm hungry. And I'm off my cleanse. So I'm on my turkey burgers. I'm on my shawarma. I'm on everything, man. I'm back on everything. Send me something. I'm starving, y'all. But no, what up today? What up, everybody? On this 4th of July, we know we don't, most melanated people, we don't give a goddamn about no 4th of July. We don't give a damn about no Juneteenth. We don't really give a damn about no holidays. We just want to party. We just want to cook. We want to throw in the music. We want to get some drink. We want to start grooving in the middle. That's all we like. We don't give a damn. Nigga, it could be Plaid Day, nigga. It could be Sasquatch Day, nigga. Whatever the hell, it don't matter, nigga. We just like to party. We don't care what it is. We'll barbecue for any damn reason. We will bring that barbecue out. Seems like I'm moving in a... Seems like I'm on a delay. It looks like I'm on a delay. So if I'm coming through okay, everybody let me know what it up in the chat. If I'm coming through okay. I know it's a lot of people out there barbecuing and cooking, so they're not expecting me to come in at 10:45 in the morning or 10:50 in the morning. So I know I usually am a little bit later, but I got to get out and get some food. I'm hungry. But what up, people in the chat? What up, King Lemuel Productions? He says, uh-oh, we on? Yep. We on. We're going to see how long it lasts. We got Sam Stone. What up, brother? Chaz McFly. What's happening? Who else we got? The Vegan Warrior Priest. That's funny. Shalom Mitchell. Danger Man Dubs. Tenki 316. Oops. More clarity. What's happening? Archangel. Dr. Lakeith. Trelly. Oh, what is that? Oman Banda Banda Banda. No, what is that? Trelly is, what is it? Oh, what is that? And Bandon Beats? Omen Bandon Beats? What is that? You gotta make that name clear. Y'all with these crazy ass names, man. God damn. But what's cracking? The sound is coming through okay? All right, for sure. All right. Says Real Mega Bills. What's happening? What up, Robert Cowan? We got Ellison Gray, Adwo L, Balance Higher Knowledge. I got you, Quinn's one. And let's see. Cadillac Reese. EJ 410. I think that's everybody. Visualize You. And J Nature. What's happening, everybody? I think I got everybody today. Probably people didn't expect me to come in today. I wasn't gonna do it today, but we got to talk about some stuff, and the people can watch. I'm sure the people who are out there barbecuing, hooking it up, you can watch me the rest of the week. You can just replay it for the rest of the week. But what's happening on this Saturn's Day? This is not just as a Saturn's Day. Also, the 4th of July is something different. It's the Sirius Gateway. It's where the rising of our sun, or the two main suns, Sirius and our sun in the solar system, they harmonize and they link up. So shout out to the Sirius. This is really what we're celebrating, the rising of Sirius, really. That's what the 4th of July is about. So again, I told you guys we got to get back in harmony with nature. Back in harmony. We got to retune ourselves with nature so that we're in flow whenever things happen and we're not caught off guard. So the only way to do that is to retune yourself with nature. So whenever anything is about to happen, the universe prepares you for that because you're not out of tune. It's all within the making up of what's going on. So this is what we got to do, people. He says, just another day still working, Visualize. He said, just another damn day for me, player. Out here working, slaving for the man. Slaving for his bitch ass. I hear you, bro. I hear you. But I hope we can make it a little bit better for you today. Everybody who ordered the Great Book of Melanin Research, real quick, your packages should be on their way if you haven't gotten them already. So appreciate you. Appreciate you, people, for ordering the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy. Bam. Y'all know what it is. Bam. It's a Great Book of Melanin Research. When you order the hard copy, and we have a special Sirius Rising, and it's only for today and tomorrow. Only for today and tomorrow. If you don't get it today and tomorrow, you don't get the deal. But if you order the Great Book of Melanin Research, as usual, you get the police stop law package for free. I shouldn't make this usual because you guys take that for granted. I should just sell you the damn book because the book is worth way more than I'm selling it for anyway. But you get the free police stop law package with the Know Your Rights Manual, the Public Official Bonds book, the Constitutional Rights card that lets police officers know what your rights are, what will happen when they violate your rights. But you get this brand new one right here. Bam. And then you also get the Qualified Immunity card that comes with that. Oh, did I not put the Qualified Immunity card up? Where's the card? Oh, hold on. I got it. I can't believe I forgot it. There it goes. The Qualified Immunity card that comes with that. That lets police officers know they lose their shield. They get a shield when they violate your rights and they don't know that they violated your rights. So this Qualified Immunity card alerts them that they lose that shield when they knowingly violate your rights. So you get them on camera telling them they're in danger of violating your rights before they do it. Then they can't claim later, I didn't know, Your Honor. That qualified immunity goes right out of the window when you alert them that they're supposed to do something or not do something. And so then there's also a case that backs you up on that. Florida versus Royer. It says a police officer is obligated to institute the least intrusive means possible in a detainment. or in an investigation, meaning if all they have to do is look up a law to make sure that they're not violating your constitutional rights, then they have to do that. So this is why this is important. Then that comes with the qualified immunity notice right here. And this is all the cases, the Supreme Court cases or regular court cases. Most of these are Supreme Court cases, maybe only a couple of federal cases. But these are the cases that back your argument up, your challenge to the police officers up. So, and right at the top, it says a public officer or a police officer or public official loses their qualified immunity when they knowingly violate the law or are plainly incompetent. So we know most police officers are definitely plainly incompetent. So we know. We already know. So if you get them being incompetent, you catch them in the act, boom, you got them. So it comes with that right there. But again, only for today and tomorrow. Like I said, I'm doing a serious rising sale as we got to get back in harmony with the universe. So let me take that down. So as I said, you order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy. You get the whole Police Stop Law package. Comes with the flashcards. But as for today and tomorrow, we have 5 decks of flashcards. So we have Police Stops flashcards 1 and 2. We have Law and Government flashcards 1 and 2. And then we also have the Supreme Court case flashcards. So I'm going to give away all 5 decks of flashcards. This is only today and tomorrow. Y'all don't get it today and tomorrow. Sucks for you. But I'm giving away the 5 decks of flashcards along with the 3 t-shirts. So I usually only give the 3 t-shirt deal, but I'm going to give away the 5 flashcards for today and tomorrow because I'm off tomorrow too. I ain't working tomorrow either. So today and tomorrow, you guys can get that deal. Again, Police Stop Law package that comes with the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy. Don't go order the digital copy and think you get the deal. You don't. But you get the hard copy, all of that. Plus, you get t-shirt, Rapstrology Volume 1, Volume 2, and Volume 3. Now, you can get any t-shirt in the store that you want. These are just the ones I offer. We also have the Group Astrology the Group Astrology shirts. Y'all should know about those group astrology. A lot of people ordering the group astrologies. Shout out to y'all. And then somebody ordered, now the I don't know why they did this. These colors don't match to me, but somebody ordered the Group Astrology Volume 2 in a red shirt. Now let me show. So we have, these are just the MC versions. These are the Dope MCs, Volume 1. Dope MCs, Volume 2. Bam, you see that right there. And then Dope MCs, Volume 3. As you can shout out to Big L. Big L, rest in peace. And then, but then we have the Group Astrology, Volume 1, old school. These are all 80s groups. Shout out to my 80s groups right here, all the dope ones. Shout out to Public Enemy. And then Rapstrology Volume 2. Now, this is a dope shirt, but I think it only matches with a few shirt colors. Somebody ordered this in red. I was like, what? You want this shirt in red? Like, what? I mean, red, I guess red. I mean, you got red, white, and blue. I mean, it was most of America celebrating that today. But so I guess maybe the colors go together. But it was weird when I looked at it on the shirt. But shout out to you. But you get those right there, as you can see. We got the dope shirts right here. Bam. Now I don't have it on a red shirt to show the to show the example, but I just don't know if this goes with red. But hey, you like it, I love it. More power to you. But again, you get all of these. You can order any shirt you want when you order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy. And you get the 5 decks of flashcards. Only today and tomorrow. You order after tomorrow, you're not getting the 5 decks of flashcards, and you only get 1 t-shirt when you order the deal. What'd you say? It would probably it would probably look great in blue. It is in the symbol is in blue, but yeah, it would look great on a blue shirt. Yeah, they do look dope on a blue shirt. I have them. Most of them, or not most of them, but a lot of them are on blue type of, you know, you know, matching shirts, I would say. And so I know you love blue. So I know you love the the Rapstrology Volume 2. I love those groups too. But again, blue is, I like blue. As you can see, I got on blue today, but blue is not necessarily my favorite color. But shout out to all the people who love blue. But again, you can get that deal. That's the Sirius Rising, not the July 4th, but the Sirius Rising sale for today and tomorrow only. All right. Again, go to realnagas.com and hook that up. Also, again, you guys know that we have a goal that we have for every live stream. So appreciate you guys for hooking up, helping me get to the donation goal for the live stream. All right, everybody. That's in Super Chats or Cash App. So again, make sure you go to the Cash App. That's Real Nagas, the number 9. Bam. All right, everybody. Let's get into it. And also, I'm still working on the subscription website. It's not as easy as it was looking, because the videos, I have to be able to put the videos on the website, but dictate the access to the videos. So that's the hard part right now. That's why usually other platforms are so easy. So once I'm able to get the videos on the website, but able to distinguish from who's paying, who's subscribed, and who's not, which somebody's helping me with. So that should be this week. So, but if you were subscribed to the Patreon, just hold on, and because I redid the videos, I redid the status class videos. I re-edited them, took out a lot of stuff that didn't belong there, so they're really honed and concise now. As well, I'm going to do some live. When you subscribe, I'm going to do live status classes. We're going to have a mini one today because we got to break down this 250th anniversary of America that no black people really give a damn about. Let's be honest. Most black people don't care. Now we're gonna go into both the reasons why maybe you should care and why you shouldn't. But most melanated people we know, no one really gives a damn about. Oops, hold on. No one really gives a damn about the 4th of July. Now you should if you're celebrating the Sirius Gateway, which is from like the July the 3rd through the 7th. So you have that energy of Sirius. But if you're not celebrating Sirius, we don't really care. So, and it's understandable because, for America to get to where it is, it had to do some atrocious things to Aboriginals of different lands, namely of the land or the continent we're on and the African continent. They had to do some atrocious things to those beings in order for America to be. So it's not a lot of happiness in the 4th of July for melanated Americans or Amarukans. But we're going to talk about it. So because it is the 250th anniversary today, just so we're clear, they didn't sign the Constitution. They didn't sign it on July 4th, or excuse me, the Declaration of Independence. My bad. They didn't sign it on the 4th of July. They signed it on like July 1st. And then they were, I think, again, the people who started America, they were Masons and stuff like that. So they were into astrology and all that type of stuff. And they understood when to set your enterprise, a fourth. So they would wait to certain astrological dates and stuff like that. So again, it was signed on like July 1st, but they waited to the 4th until we were in this serious energy to pop it off, right? So Again, we got, what is the Aboriginal connection? What is the Aboriginal connection to America? What is the Aboriginal connection other than they stole our land? If you're Aboriginal, you should know. And if you're not, if you don't know, you need to go back and look it up, because most people who are here, melanated people who call themselves FBA, your actual status is Native American or Aboriginal American. Native American is a term that takes you away from the land. It's a subservient term that belongs to tribes, native. You want to be Aboriginal. Aboriginal legally means father original. You go look it up in the Black's Law Dictionary. Ab means father. Ab, like Abba, means father. And that's in the Black's Law Dictionary. It's a real term, Aboriginal. So Aboriginal means father original. And so we were the first on the land. And if you are a part of my nation, the Lenape, I'm part of two nations, the Cherokee and Lenape. If you're part of the Lenape, that's the oldest Aboriginals who are on this continent. They date themselves, well, civilization as far as the nations. They date themselves back 15,000 years. That's why they're called we the original people. Lenni Lenape means we the original people. And they were the first. And they were the people who the colonists met when they jumped off them boats. When they came over here, got off those boats, that's who they met up with, the Lenape. That's who they started the treaties with. Tammany. I don't know if you guys have seen Gangs of New York. If you've seen Gangs of New York, there's a scene. Hold on, let me see. Tammany. Hold on. So I'm gonna show you this. Let me see if I can find it. So there's a scene in Gangs of New York where they flow through Tammany Hall. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on, come on, man. So you got, first of all, when you're doing these clips on YouTube, you got to be careful because they'll try to copy strike. They'll try to copy strike it. So I'm trying to find one where I can just show you the hall. But so in Gangs of New York, it was called Tammany Hall. Just so Tammany Hall was the place of government in New York. It was the seat of government. But and it was ran by some dude named Boss Tweed. Now, Boss Tweed was a villain. He was an evil villain back then. But in the scene, as they roll through Tammany Hall, you can see the Aboriginals on the wall as they roll through Tammany Hall. Now, I don't, again, they don't have the scene on here because I'm looking at it on YouTube and I can't see it. Tammany Hall scene. So hold on, let me see. Is this it? I think this might be it. Hold on. I think I may be able to find it for you guys. So Tammany, just getting back to the story. So Tammany was a Lenape, and that's who they met up with when they first got over here, set up the treaties, and fucked them on the treaties. Let's be honest. The colonists, after the Native American or the Aboriginal Americans taught them how to live on the land, taught them how to utilize the land and not be cold, and how to deal with the animals of the land and all kind of shit. Taught them everything. Taught them all that stuff. Then they turned on them and tried to take the land. Or they did take the land ultimately. Now, they didn't just outright take the land. It's very nuanced on how the colonists took hold of the land. A lot of it is, they killed a bunch of Aboriginal Americans for sure. That was the Northwest Ordinance. Go look at the Northwest Ordinance of 1787. So the Northwest Ordinance of 1787 is when the colonists. So this is very important. So the British, when they fought in the war, what is the War of the French Indian War. Yo, Charlie Scott, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the cash app, man. Always hooking me up, bro.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you. Charlie J. Scott got us started off with $50. Thank you, sir. With $50 in, make sure you hit the donation button, everybody. That's Cash App or the super chat. Oh, we got a super chat. Was that PF? Man, I can't be PF Rumpf. Rom the B. Oh, P from the B. My bad. I keep messing. P from the B. Appreciate you, brother. He says, peace. Just now tuning in. I have the PDF, but if I ordered the physical melanin research book right now, I can get those flashcards for free. How do I go about doing the deal? So if you order the hard copy, if you order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy, I'll send you the whole package, the Police Stop Law package with the 5 with the 5 decks of flashcards. Usually they only come with 2. I'm going to send you 5. So shout out. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. We're at $70 on the donation for the donation goal. So 1787. So what happened was in the war with the French and the French and Indian War. After the French Indian War, when the British won, what they did was they promised the Indians that, who some of them fought with the British, but what they promised the Indians was that there was a certain line that the colonists would not move past. Right? The colonists said, no, we're not. I showed this some weeks ago. There was a certain line that the colonists, I forgot the name of the line, but they drew a border, and Britain said that the colonists cannot move past this line, right? So after a couple of years, so the colonists, they were like, fuck this, why we gotta listen to this? They wanted to steal the land. So for 2 years, they went on a bunch of campaigns terrorizing Aboriginals. Now, was the Aboriginals terrorizing some of the colonists? Yes, but that was only because some of the colonists were trying to take over land. When the colonists would move into land that wasn't theirs, then the Aboriginals would have to smash on them. Like, nigga, this ain't your land, bitch. Like, nigga, what you doing? And so then you see how they try to bastardize and villainize the Aboriginals in their movies and their TV shows, trying to act like Native Americans are just raiding colonist settlements and shit for no reason. No, motherfucker, you moved into Native American land when you weren't supposed to. That's why they were raiding your fucking shit. They wasn't raiding you, just killing you for no reason. Now, did the Aboriginals fight and were they warlike? And did they? Yeah, they did all of that. Just like Aboriginals over in Africa. The Aboriginals in the Americas, they did the same thing. They fought each other, they enslaved each other, and they sold the slaves. They did all of that shit. So slavery is not something Caucasian people created. That was some shit Aboriginals created, and they picked it up from the Aboriginals. They just joined the game. That's all they did. So it's like I said, it's convoluted how America was created. Some of it. So after that little 2-year period from when they stopped the war, from about, it was like 2.5 years, maybe, like from 17, I think it was 1785. It's 2 years. About 1785 is when they told them not to do that. So for 2 years they were raiding Aboriginal lands and stuff like that. Then they were going back and forth. So they would raid some Aboriginal lands and kill a lot of Aboriginals. The Aboriginals would raid the colonist settlements in retaliation and take them out. So it was going back and forth for like 2 years, right? So then they created the Northwest Ordinance of 1787. Northwest Ordinance was allowed. This is when they were like, fuck Britain. We're about to break away from Britain, right? And we're not doing that no more. We're not fucking with y'all no more. So they started to move west. And it's not, when we say west, it's not really mainly west. It's like, like, what is it? They were moving into like, was it like Idaho? And like, it wasn't like west out here. It was like west of the East Coast. It was like west of the east of wherever they were already. And so they started moving. They created legislation that allowed them to move and take over Aboriginal lands. And this is when they really started the war against the Aboriginals. So up until then, it was illegal attacks because they were still under control, sort of, from Britain, right? Up until that point. But then, when they said, we won't allow them to take any more lands. So they didn't want to do that, but they were like, fuck that, so they was like, fuck Britain. So then for 2 years, they were doing this illegally. Then they created the Northwest Ordinance, where they legally were able to just go out and kill Aboriginal Americans or Amorocans if they didn't move off of the land. They would say, look, first of all, they would allow them to convert to Christianity. So they gave them a choice. They said, all right, look, do you want to convert to Christianity? Will you convert to Christianity? Those who did not convert to Christianity, they got moved off of the land. This is when you get the Trail of Tears and all that, but they got moved off the land. Like, if you don't convert to Christianity and take a new name, this is where these new names, this is how a lot of Aboriginals, why you have different names from your Aboriginals ancestors. Because when if you didn't want to leave off the land, you had to convert to Christianity and then take a new name. Take a European colonist name. So a lot of us left, a lot of us didn't. This is where you get the Seminoles. The Seminoles was smacking ass. No Diddy. There was no Diddy smacking ass. They were going hardcore until the colonists, they brought in more troops. A lot of people were coming from Europe, kept coming over here from Europe, so they were able to build up their troops. Then they eventually smashed the Seminoles after like 3 years of fighting. But the Seminoles lasted like 3 years. So shout out to the Seminoles. Y'all off the chain. So this is when the colonists started to take over. Then they created, after the Northwest Ordinance in 1790, they created the first census. They created the first census. So when they did that, this is called paper genocide. This was the first attempt at paper genocide, when they reclassified you. So they already went through the different tribes. This is where the nations really, and moved them off. But if you agreed to abide by Christianity and took a Christian name, you got to stay. So then in 1790, the people who stayed and converted to Christianity, they paper genocided them by calling them mulatto. They were then at that point mulatto because before then you were free non-whites. You were considered free non-whites. You weren't a part of the government. But if you wanted to be a part of the new colonist government, then you had to be Christian, and then they termed you mulatto, right? So this is when they started to take out a lot of people. This is when they started to take a lot of your land. So you left Aboriginal behind and became mulattoes. This is and a whole bunch of other designations. Now, at the same time, they were still sovereign nations that the colonists were doing deals with, trading with, including slaves. So some colonists took Aboriginal slaves that were sold to them by the Aboriginal nations. that's just what it was. Also, some of the Aboriginal nations had slaves as well, bought from the colonists. This is what this is the other thing they don't talk to you about. They don't talk to you about that shit either. So, yo, rich and fortunate, appreciate you. Thank you.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, sir. We're at 75 for today. 75 on the donation go. So that was that right there. Now, why did the colonists and the Aboriginals have such a close connection? Why did the colonists revere and respect the Aboriginals so damn much. Even though they were taking them out, they wanted the land. They still so just so you know, there were 500 nations. So there were some that they were fighting with, then some they were trading with. So and especially the ones that they came over here and they linked up and allowed them to the Aboriginals who allowed them to settle here. Why do you think they loved them so much? Other than the fact that they allowed them to settle. That's one of the reasons. But in the other reason is because when they broke away from Britain, the Aboriginals were the first to recognize them as a government. The Aboriginals were the first to recognize them as a government and gave them land. And they acknowledged that within the Constitution. This is what I teach in the status class. Really quick, just so you know, this is what I teach in the status class. So this is just giving you this is a small status class breakdown right now of your history and your connection to the land. So the Aboriginals, 317 treaties they created with the colonists. A lot of them were broken, most of them, not all of them. No, not all of them were broken. So the Aboriginals recognized the colonists as a government, the first to do so. Why is that important? Because you're not a valid government amongst other governments internationally until you are recognized by a valid or a government. What is it? What's the term I'm looking for? You're recognized by a I can't believe the term. Should have skipped my mind right now. But you're an actual real government. That's not the term I'm looking for. But you have to be recognized by a real government first before you are valid. You are validated as an actual government. Then other governments will do business with you. So the Aboriginal nations, they came together as the Confederation, the Aboriginal Confederacy, what you know as the Iroquois Confederacy. But they were also just other faction. They were other nations factioned up and created other different groups as well. So they were the first to recognize them when they became a government and broke free from Britain. So that's why their connection is so important. This is why they really respect and revere the Aboriginals. If you go in history, they loved everything was about the Aboriginal, Native Americans, blah, 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 all this and that, right? Native American money, had Native Americans on the money, everything. They paid so much respect to the Native Americans. Then ultimately, they're, as you get more and more people from Europe who are less connected to the Native Americans, they start to, do more and more atrocities because they don't have that same affinity towards the Aboriginals as the earlier people who came here and settled. So it gets loose, the bond gets broken more and more and more as generations get deeper and deeper, and then that's what you have. So, but let me show you real quick why it's very important that you reclaim your status, or how important the Aboriginals are to you. So the preamble, we have something called the preamble to the Constitution, right? Let me show you this. All right, so you guys see this, the preamble to the Constitution. Hold on really quick, guys. I'll be right back. All right, here I am back. And really quick, Sharif Finley, thank you for the Cash App.
May the force be with you.
Thank you. So we are at 85 for the donation goal today. 85, everybody. Let's keep them coming, baby, on this serious rising day. So the preamble to the Constitution. So here we go. Where'd it go? So the preamble to the Constitution. This is very important. This is where your rights are within the Constitution. When you don't think that you're a part of the United States, the U.S. government, but you are. You're mentioned in here. You would be called, if we had a term for it, a preamble. I don't even like to use the term citizen, but preamble citizen. Now, everybody should know this from Schoolhouse Rock. We the people, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice and ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty. To ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution. So you guys know Schoolhouse Rock. That's how you should have remembered the preamble. And shout out to old school TV that actually used to teach you something instead of try to indoctrinate you. That's kind of indoctrination, but it would teach you though. It would teach you how to get along, how to get around in the system. Today, they don't teach you that shit at all. So why is this so important? Why is this so important? So right here, we the people. Where did I just say that came from? Where did I just tell you that came from? That came from the Aboriginals. The very start of their constitution, we the people, is the name of the Lenape. Lenni Lenape means we the people. We the original people, actually. But they couldn't put original in here, so they had to take original and just put we the people. So then we move down here. We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, because they had a union already, but it's not perfect. They had a union under the Articles of Confederation. But under the Articles of Confederation, the British government, if they came back and conquered the colonies, they would be able to confiscate the land. Anything that they own, they would be able to confiscate it. Right? So they were worried about that. They were worried as hell. They were worried about that like a mug. So they're like, what if Britain come back and snatch up our shit? We lose everything that we worked for since we've been in the new, what is the new land or whatever they call it. So we'll lose everything. So they had to remake a document that was partially British law and then new made up law by what they learned from the government, the Aboriginal government, from the Great Law of Peace, right? So they was like, they had to combine both. The Constitution is a combination of the Great Law of Peace and British law, British trust law. And British trust law. So what they did was, because they were working the land, they needed to put it in a trust. So let's go over this. Let's go over this really quick. I don't want to spend too much time on it because we got a whole lot of news to go through, but I do need to break down this 250th, because it's the 250th anniversary of when they jacked your land. So we need to break this shit down. So we the people, right? That's the Lenape. We already talked about that. In order to form a more perfect union, right? Because the Articles of Confederation left it open legally for Britain to be able to come back and confiscate their land. So they needed to shore that up. Establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility. Now, this is right here. This is the most important part of the preamble right here. It says provide for the common defense, right? What does that mean? What is the common defense? Because they weren't really, what is a common defense? What's common for you may not be common to me. How you defend yourself may not be how I defend myself. What is a common defense? And also, they weren't a nation yet. They weren't a nation yet. So what is the common defense? There was no common defense. Remember, militias were only brought together in times of war. So provide for the common defense. What's the most important word in this phrase right here? Common. common. What does that word common mean? So now I'm going to take you to the Black's Law Dictionary. Hold on. We're going to go to Black's Law, 4th edition. Oops. Damn it. There we go. All right, this is Black's Law, 4th edition. Now check this out. See the word common right here. Common. Black's Law, 4th edition. This is why the reason you want to get a 4th edition is because the 4th edition has court cases. So legal definitions aren't the legal definition that you read in a dictionary. It's whatever the court has decided the word means. So whatever you're reading in a dictionary is the definition that the court has decided is what it means. So, and why is that important? Because the definition of common law is whatever the courts have decided in cases before, whatever today is, up until today. Whatever the courts have decided is called stare decisis. So the decisions of the courts is the technical definition of common law. So if you want to use common law, all you need to do is find a court case where somebody has already said what you're saying, has already proved what you're trying to prove, and you bring it into court. And that's what common law is, right? So getting back to the word common, though. The word common in the preamble, again, provide for the common defense. What does common mean? An incorporeal hereditament. What does that mean? An incorporeal hereditament. Just crazy words, huh? So incorporeal, what does that mean? Corporeal means body, to have something with body, like corpus comes from the word corpus, meaning body, right? So incorporeal means without body, meaning it's not tangible. You can't touch it. That's what it means. So what is the word hereditament? What does that mean? Hereditament means something that can be inherited, passed down, right? So if we put those two words together, an incorporeal hereditament, meaning something that's not tangible that can be passed down. What are things that can be passed down? That means something like a right, a privilege, or laws, right? Rights or privileges or certain laws. So that's what an incorporeal hereditament can be, right? So again, an incorporeal hereditament, which consists in a profit, meaning we're able to reap benefits from these laws or these so rights, privileges, and laws, right? These are things that can be passed down, which consists in a profit which one man has in connection with one or more others, meaning I can have this by myself, or I can be a group of people, which one man has, which one man has in connection with one or more others, meaning it can be me, two people, or a bunch of people, in the land of another, in someone else's land. So what does this completely mean? This means a right, privilege, or some type of law or something that is passed down from one person to another that consists in you reaping the benefits from this right or privilege. That can be between one person, two people, or a bunch of people in the land of someone else, in someone else's land. Whose land would they have been in? With that, who would have owned that land to give them permission to utilize the land? Everybody, can you tell me who would have given the colonists permission to utilize the land and reap benefits from it? Yeah, look up the word again. The word common. You got to do the breakdown on the word common. Wait, what do you say? He says Wampanoag were the first natives that the settlers met on Charlie Brown's Thanksgiving. Charlie Brown's Thanksgiving. Tammany. Go look up Tammany. Do y'all break down on Tammany? Tammany is the one. So again, breaking down the word, going back to I can't show you the preamble because it I have to stop sharing. But again, really quick. An incorporeal hereditament which consists in a profit which one man has in connection with one or more others in the land of another. And then if you keep going down and read more, it says in English law is an incorporeal right, meaning it doesn't have body, just a right, which lies in grant, meaning someone has given this person a right, originally commencing on some agreement between lords and tenants. This is what they call lords and tenants, meaning who would be the lord of the land. That would have been the aboriginals. The tenants would have been the settlers, which by time has been formed into prescription and continues good by prescription, meaning we gave it to you. We signed it over, meaning we can. And then it says, hold on, let me go back. Which by the time has been formed into prescription and continues good, although there be no deed or instrument to prove the original contract. This is an agreement between the settlers and the Aboriginal. I mean, and the settlers and the Aboriginals. Yes. So then, if you keep going, a common or a right of common is a right or privilege where several persons have to produce of the lands or waters of another. So, going back to oops. Provide for the common defense. If I can get this back. Then where'd it go? Oh, there it is. All right. So, again, provide for the common defense. Boom. Now you see what common is. Common is a right or privilege that they were given to produce and benefit in and on the lands of someone else. And they were given that privilege and right by the Aboriginals. This is your whole this is your whole shit right here. All of this is about you. As we keep going, it says promote the general welfare and secure the blessings of liberty. What does that mean? Secure the blessings of liberty. If you are blessed, someone blesses you with something. What are they doing? They're giving you something, right? Or gifting you something, right? Usually when they bless you. Secure the blessings of liberty, right? Now, most of y'all think y'all know what liberty means, but you don't. Secure the blessings of liberty. What does liberty mean? Now, you should know because if you're in the military, you're given liberty. Right? If you're in the military, you're given liberty. What does that mean? You're able to leave, but you got to come back. It's freedom with constraints. You can do this, but not that. You can do that, but not this. It doesn't mean freedom. It doesn't say secure the blessings of freedom. It says secure the blessings of liberty. Now, where does the word liberty come from? Most of you guys don't even understand where the word liberty comes from. Oh, snap. Damn it. Hold up. So let me show you where the word liberty comes from. So look at this. Liberty. Freed slave. Liberty means a freed slave. It's an ancient Roman or Latin term. Look, in ancient Rome, a freed slave was known as a libertus or plural liberty. Freed slave. So secure the blessings of liberty, meaning blessings. Someone has given us the ability to do things on their land, certain things, not complete freedom. We only can do certain things on the land, certain privileges that we were given by the Aboriginals to produce on the land, and then pass that down to our posterity. Again, you got to understand, you got to read, you got to understand the law, first of all. You got to be able to read these damn definitions and not take these words for the colloquial terms that most people think they are. So that's how you are tied to the United States of America. Aboriginal people, you are right there in the preamble. Right there in the preamble, they let you know that you created, that they got the power to do whatever they're doing on the land from you. We the people, the common, liberty, secure the blessings of liberty. Who would be the only people in this continent that could give them blessings of liberty? Freedom to roam the land and produce on the land and reap the benefits of it. But only certain things. Not this, but that. Not that, but that right there. Who could do that? That would be the Aboriginals. So that's what this is right here. This 250th shit-anniversary of them taking your land and doing away with the. And I'm going to show you this actually. Let me show you this right. So really quick on the Gangs of New York, if you go to Gangs of New York, in the Tammany Hall scene, they're walking down Tammany Hall, the very first scene, and you see all the Aboriginal Americans melanated, highly melanated. Let me say this. They're not pale Aboriginal Americans. They're melanated, highly melanated Aboriginal Americans on the wall as the camera pans down the hallway. And then there's a giant Tammany statue in the hallway, as at the end of the hallway. But on the walls, you can see the melanated Aboriginals. What they're wearing are the colors of red, white, and blue. Those were your colors. The red, white, and blue, they got that shit from you. Those were already your colors that you had wearing. You were wearing them in your Aboriginal nations. So just don't think that red, white, and blue is they shit, some shit they made up. No, they got those colors from you. They were mimicking their government off the already Aboriginal government. They were just creating a carbon copy government. That's all they were doing. So should you celebrate the 4th of July? Hell no. No. But let me show you. No, I'm just saying. Now you are, this is 250 years later. You're not the Aboriginals that gave up the land. But hold on, let me show you this part. Yo, Jeffrey Hicks, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the Cash App. Hold on, let me show you. So I got to show you this. So this is my video. If you haven't seen this documentary yet, you should have seen it already. This is 40 Acres in the Fool. You can go to my channel and watch this. Let me get to, hold on. So, hold on. Wait a minute. I think this is it. So I'm going over in this documentary, and their freedom has come. So if you haven't seen this breaks down why you're not going to get reparations. But hold on. Yeah. So hold on, let me do this then. I'm going to read you guys. Oops. House concurrent. Oops. I can't spell, y'all. House. Damn it. There's 2 R's. God damn it. I can't spell. All right. So check this out. So this is House Congressional Resolution 331. This was in 1988. So this is the government acknowledging you and your history and how you helped create the government. Pretty much they got the government from you. So again, House Concurrent Resolution to acknowledge the contribution of the Iroquois Confederacy of Nations to the development of the United States Constitution and to reaffirm the continuing government to government relationship between Indian tribes. It says tribes, it's really nations. Tribe is a subservient term. It comes from the word tributary. So don't ever say you're from a Native American tribe. That's a subservient term. So it should say between Indian nations and the United States established in the Constitution. Whereas the original framers of the Constitution, including most notably George Washington and Benjamin Franklin, are known to have greatly admired the concepts of the 6 nations of the Iroquois Confederacy, whereas the confederation of the original 13 colonies into one republic was influenced by the political system developed by the Iroquois Confederacy, excuse me, as were many of the democratic principles which were incorporated into the Constitution itself. Yes, we got all of this shit from the Aboriginal Americans. The first Confederacy they got it from the Iroquois Confederacy, and then they took the Great Law of Peace and basically just rewrote it with themselves in it. So we keep going. Whereas, since the formation of the United States, the Congress has recognized the sovereign status of Indian nations, it should say nations, and has, through the exercise of powers reserved to the federal government in the Commerce Clause of the Constitution, dealt with Indian tribes on a government-to-government basis, and has, through the Treaty Clause, entered into 370 treaties with the Indian tribal nations. See, ain't no such, that's an oxymoron. Tribal nations is an oxymoron. And you keep going. Whereas, again, 370. Whereas from the first treaty entered into with the Indian nation, the treaty with the Delaware Indians, again, that's the Iroquois, that's the Lenape. That's the Lenape. So again, whereas from the first treaty entered into with the Indian nation, with an Indian nation, the treaty with the Delaware Indians of September 17th, almost coming up on the anniversary of that, 1778, the Congress has assumed a trust responsibility and obligation to Indian tribes and their members. So basically, since we came and tried to take y'all off the land, we basically owe you, basically most of your stuff is in trust with the United States government, is what they're saying. It's still yours. We just watching over it. Okay? Okay, brother? We just looking over it. We just looking over it, my nigga. Hey, look here, my nigga. Your shit is off the chain. We gonna watch over it for you. Is that okay? So that's what they did. They got it in trust. Then, whereas this trust responsibility calls for Congress to exercise the utmost good faith in dealing with Indians, and Indian legally means Aboriginal American. So the term Indian, don't trip out on the word Indian. The legal definition of Indian is Aboriginal inhabitants of North America. That's the legal definition of Indian, the Aboriginal inhabitants of North America. So dealing with Indians as provided for in the Northwest Ordinance of 1787. See, this is when they started moving you off the land. See, this is when they started taking you off the land. This is what I just told you. The Northwest Ordinance, when they started taking land legally, though, this is when they legally created the legislation to move you off the land so it wouldn't be an international incident. Because otherwise, this would be an international incident. It would be genocide, right? But if we make it up in our laws, it's just we're just executing our laws. It's not genocide. We're just doing what we wrote up in the law. You saw it. So that's they believe, keeps them free of karma, right? Because they wrote it in their laws. Hey, it's good. It had to be good, right? It's in the law. So then it says, whereas the judicial system of the United States has consistently recognized and reaffirmed this special relationship, now therefore it be. And then boom, resolved by the House of Representatives, concurring that the Congress, on the occasion of the 200th anniversary of the signing of the United States Constitution, acknowledges the Constitution made by the Iroquois Confederacy and other Indian nations to the formation and development of the United States. The contribution made to the development of the United States, meaning they were the first to recognize them as a government. 2, the Congress also hereby reaffirms constitutionally recognized government-to-government relationship, or the constitutionally recognized government-to-government relationship with Indian tribes, which has been the cornerstone of this nation's official Indian policy. The cornerstone. You know what that means? That's a Masonic term. The cornerstone. You pull the cornerstone out of a building, the whole building will fall. It's the most important stone within a building, is the cornerstone. 3, the Congress specifically acknowledges and reaffirms the trust responsibility. Trust responsibility. Your stuff is in trust with the government. They owe you if you know how to get it back. And obligation of the United States government to Indian tribes, Indian nations, including Alaska Natives, for their preservation, protection, and enhancement. Again, they have to help us with our preservation, our protection, and enhancement, including the provisions of health. They have to help us be healthy, education, social and economic assistance programs as necessary, and including the duty to assist tribes, nations, in their performance of governmental responsibility to provide for the social and economic well-being of their members and to preserve tribal cultural identity and heritage. They're supposed to help you basically create your whole nation. Independent nation of their own. They're supposed to help you create your nation, build it up, and leave you the hell alone. Then it says, the Congress also acknowledges the need to exercise the utmost good faith in upholding its treaties with the various nations as the nations understood them to be. Not as America understood them to be, but however the nation believed the treaty was, they have to adhere to what the Native American, the Aboriginals believe, not the colonists. And the duty of a great nation to uphold its legal and moral obligations for the benefit of all of its citizens, so that they and their posterity may also continue to enjoy the rights they have enshrined in the United States Constitution. Now, do you see? You are not only a part of the Constitution, you are its maker. They got it from you, and they acknowledge it, not only in the Constitution, but in legislation. Do y'all see how powerful you are? I'm trying to tell y'all that, but this is what I teach in status class. You'll be able to learn this in a couple short weeks as soon as I'm able to get the videos back up. But this is what I teach in status class. So I need mine right now. She said, I need mine right now. So they have, and so then the American Declaration American Declaration of the American Declaration of the Indigenous. What's the damn? Can't believe it's so the United Nations, they basically adopted the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So it's just attach America to the first name. America adopted that. And within that document, it says that in order for you to get that status back, it's called self-identification. Meaning all you have to do is claim it. If you want your natural aboriginal status back, all you have to do is go to the government and tell them, hey, this is who I am. You don't need no paperwork. You don't need none of that shit. You don't need no aboriginal home. You don't need none of that. If you believe that you are your ancestors and your aboriginal, your FBA, so-called FBA, but I don't like using that term, but what's the term? Foundational Aboriginal American, FAA. Fuck FBA. FAA. Foundational Aboriginal American. Amarukan. If you believe you're that, all you have to do is just tell the government you're that. So now you learn why this is your land, and the 250th anniversary of the United States of America is bullshit. They stole your land, reclassified you as mulattoes and slaves and descendants and African and slaves of African descent so they could steal your land. But then on the other side, they put your land in trust because they know they can't steal it. They can't take it. That's against international law. They can't take your land. They can only use it, reap the benefits of it, while putting it in trust. Again, they become the trustee. If you understand anything about trust law, the trustee reaps the benefit of the trust. The trust has to take care of the trustee. Anyone who understands trust law, a trustee of a trust is taken care of by the trust. They're paid, their expenses are paid for by the trust. So this is what they're doing. They're a perpetual trustee of your shit, and they're just reaping the trustee payout. That's what they're doing. So it's not FBA because it ain't Black American. It's Foundational Aboriginal American. That's who you want. That's what you really want to claim. So again, fuck the 250th anniversary. Now, having said all that, you should reap the benefits of being within this system because it is the only free system in the world. Because they copied your Aboriginal, your ancestors. So the Constitution is the freest document that you can find in the world today. The freest, because again, they copied it off of the Great Law of Peace. You are free under the great, forgot what they call them in the Great Law of Peace, what they call them, the Native American term for them. But you're free because of God. If we want to do a better term, the universe. You're free because you're born into the universe free. And this is why you need to jump on and not really marginalize your position here in America. The rest of the world understands how dope America is. They understand, like just looking at some of the European videos of them coming over here and visiting America for the World Cup. Have you seen them? Have you seen those videos? Now, the stuff that they're praising in America, which is excess, I don't think they should be praising it. Once they've had it for a certain amount of time, they would come to hate it, just like we have, meaning buying shit in bulk, them giving you super extra, all the food, all that stuff leads to excess. And when you're consuming in excess, you'll show that by being fat. You'll come out being fat, unhealthy, all of those things. So they're marveling over the excess that America creates because America is so rich, but it's unhealthy because of its excess. So having said that, they are also jealous of your laws, that you can say whatever the hell you want and not go to jail for it right now. Anyway, you can say whatever the hell you want and not go to jail. Whereas in Europe, they can't say a damn thing. They can't even protest in silence or they will go to jail. Protesting in silence, liking a tweet will send them to jail in Europe. Liking a tweet, not tweeting it yourself, liking it or retweeting it will get you in jail. So melanated people over here in America, even though the country was built on fuckery, genocide, all the rest of that, murder, kill, death, all of that, yes. But having said that, it's still the best system in the world today, that if you take advantage of it, you are better off than anyone else in the world if you're able to take advantage of it, because those restrictions that we used to have, they're only mental now. I know you like, well, the system is still systemic slavery and systemic racism and all the rest of that, man. Fuck all of that. Yes, there's still some of that, but you can overcome all of that because there's still the freedom. The freedom in America is still number one in America. No matter if systemic racism is here, systemic, all that, the number one thing you still have in America is freedom to do what the fuck you want to do. So if you meet up with what you call systemic racism, go start your own shit. You got the freedom to do that. You don't have to adhere to that. You can go start your own shit. Start your own system. They can't do that in other countries. You can do that here. If you feel that you're being oppressed and marginalized and all the rest of that, start your own shit. That's why you're in a better country than anyone else, anywhere else. You, whatever you dream up here, you can make it come true here in America. In other countries, you can't do that. No matter how hard it may be in America, depending on your skin tone, and it may be harder because you have the darker skin tone, but you can do it. Without doubt, you can do it. So, it's a personal choice whether you want to celebrate America or not. I wouldn't necessarily celebrate the 250th anniversary because it's built on fuckery. However, having said that, the system that America has produced is still the best system in the world, even though it has a lot of bullshit within it, for sure. We're not going to just marginalize and obfuscate the bullshit, but you can overcome that. The freeness of the system allows you to overcome the bullshit of it. So again, it's a choice, people. It's up to you whether you want to celebrate. Now, I know you ain't gonna turn down no barbecue, so send me some. Send me some damn barbecue. Send up here giving y'all all this goddamn knowledge. Bringing off all this goddamn knowledge to y'all. Give me some barbecue. I don't even think the shawarma place was open today. Goddamn shawarma place closed. God dang it. So moving along. Hold on one second, everybody. What'd you say? What'd you say, Roger Roach? Can't make it shawarma. That's hilarious. Well, send me some. This is the reason why everyone is breaking their neck to get here. Yes. Melanated people are the only people. And then have you seen those videos of people who go to other countries like Africa? And then they sit up here and they made this videos like, nigga, y'all do not want to come to Africa. Africa's bullshit. They treat you like white people in Africa because they think you rich because you're from America. So they treat you the same as white folks in Africa. But then also, while you're getting treated the same as white folks, you don't got the same amenities. You don't got none of the same amenities. Just like in Europe, they don't got air conditioning. Thousands of people have died in the last couple months, in the last month, not a couple months, last month, because of the heat that's going on over in Europe. But you got AC in this bitch. They hating on you right now in Europe. They say, you have no idea how lucky you are. You're so lucky. You're so fucking lucky you have air conditioning. What's going on with Americans? I don't understand how you don't love your country. You have air conditioning. This motherfucker's going crazy. They tripping out. Look, we go outside. It's so hot. It's so fucking hot. When we go, it's like a winter's day. Inside, outside, it's so hot here. Inside, it's like a winter's day. What is going on? These niggas flipping out. Because your ass got air conditioning created by a black man. Just so we obviously you had to be created by a nigga. See, had to be created by a nigga because we get who get the hottest? Who get the hottest in this bitch? Who get the motherfucking hottest in this bitch is niggas. So obviously we made us some shit to stay cool in the heat. We not dealing with the bullshit. So again, you can celebrate or not celebrate, but America is pretty dope out of the rest of the countries in the world right now. I'm just gonna say, yeah, it has a fucked up history for sure, fucked up foundation for sure, but that has to play no bearing on what you do. The past is the past. You can do whatever the hell you want. None of that bogs you down or ties you down to continue the fuckery of the past. You can do whatever the hell you want, especially here. Understand that you only have a little time left doing that. America's gonna fall soon. Relatively soon, like next 15, 20 years. So you better take advantage of it right now. Moving along. I'm the hottest. He said, damn, no AC and bad teeth. Great Britain. They tripping, bro. You ain't seen them motherfuckers over there? Oh my God. Air conditioning. It's amazing. It's amazing over here. What's going on? I don't understand. Oh my God. These niggas is crazy. Yo, Leah, appreciate you. And Jeffrey Hicks, thank you guys for the Cash App. Oops.
May the force be with you.
Thank you, guys. This is happy Saturday. We're ready at 4 p.m. We on CP time. You on CP time, Leah, on colored people time. We all are sometimes. Sometimes I start the live stream late, so hey, it's all good. So moving along, Birthright Citizenship. Yo, Lane Elliott, appreciate you. Where at? Yeah, today for the donations. I missed some donations in here also for the super chat. So I got you P from the B. Rich and Fortunate, I got you. P from the B again. Thank you. Appreciate you. Says just bought your book, but PayPal wouldn't allow me to share my email. Can I send you? Yes, send me an email to realnagas@gmail. Make sure you in the title, make sure you put the capital in the what it's about line. You capitalize it. But appreciate you. Roger Roche, thank you, brother. He says, sup, Kev? Happy 4th. Happy 3 years of me eating chicken shawarma. Happy 3 years of me eating chicken shawarma. Y'all hilarious. And then Mike Swagger, appreciate you. Love it when you break down the history, the astrological alignments, and so forth. Peace. For sure, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you, everybody, for the Cash App.
May the force be with you.
Oops. So that would put us at, hold on, we are at 140, 150, 160 for the day. We're at 160 for the donations. So appreciate you guys. All right, so let's move it along. Supreme Court, they had a whole bunch of decisions this week, but the main one was birthright citizenship. Birthright citizenship. Pissing a whole lot of people off. Now, should there be birthright citizenship? Should there be birthright citizenship? Hold on. Now, that's a very nuanced question, first off. Very nuanced question. should there be birthright citizenship? Now, there's 50 million ways to exploit birthright citizenship. And when they created birthright citizenship, they left no guardrails on it, left no checks and balances on it. Does anybody come here and shit a baby, and that baby's American? And then you can pick that baby up, put it in a poop bag, and take it back to your own country and raise it as your own. But you got a shit baby American raising it in your own country. You can indoctrinate that baby to hate America, then send it back to then take over America by indoctrination and infiltration. So that point was actually brought up by one of the justices who dissented in the decision. It was a 5-4 decision. All the ladies, God damn it, all the goddamn bitches on all them ladies on the court. And then was it all the ladies and what's his name? Roberts, Justice Roberts. He be acting like he's really in the middle. He's like a middle type of guy. So he votes Republican and Democrat back and forth. So he doesn't look like he wants to make it look like the Supreme Court is not stacked. So he has to vote back and forth every now and then. So this is one of the big. This is a big one. And then so most of the people who dissented, the judges who dissented, they wrote their dissent opinion. Clarence Thomas wrote like a 20-page opinion, basically saying that the 14th Amendment was only meant for slaves, right? It was only meant for slaves at that time. Now, was it only meant for slaves? That's a tricky question, because at the time they were dealing with it, that was the most prominent problem at the time, was slavery. However, immigration was also a big problem, because you had something called the Immigration Act of 1790. So when they created the census, they also created the Immigration Act, allowing certain people and let me show you, to be citizens. So they were dealing with citizenship at the time. Actually, let me show you this right here, because they classify in the Immigration Act who could be citizens. Let me see. I'm going to show y'all this. If you have a Black's Law 4th edition, you can read along. So let's look up the word. So who was free in the Immigration Act? Who did they free in the Immigration Act of 1790? They were called free white persons, right? Immigrants coming to America who were classified as free white persons. They would be able to get citizenship, gain citizenship, right? So who was a free white person? So let's go. Let's look up the term free. Oops. Let me go back. Oh, there it goes. Damn, I just missed it. All right. Here we go. Freedom. So hold on. Here we go. Is it under? It may be under white person. Hold on. It may be under white. Yeah, dang it. Free law, free blah, blah, blah. Free women of color. Here it is. So free white persons. So check this out. Free white persons. Again, this is the Naturalization Act, right? So it says free white persons referred to in the Naturalization Act as amended. So the first one was 1790, and they amended it in 1870, July 14th. Has meaning, again, so let me read that over. Free white persons referred to in Naturalization Act as amended by Act July 14th, 1870, has meaning naturally given and And this is really written weird, has meaning naturally given. I guess that would be to, because they put that's an ampersand. It should be an O. Given to it when first used in 1 Statutes 103, blah, blah, blah. Meaning all persons belonging to the European races, then commonly counted as white, excuse me, and their descendants, including such descendants in other countries to which they have immigrated. Now, here we go. When you really get down into it, it includes all European Jews, more or less, intermixed with peoples of Celtic, Scandinavian, Teutonic, Iberian, Latin. Iberian, just so you know, that's Moor. Iberian Peninsula, that's Spain. Iberian Spain, that's the Moors. So Iberian, Latin, Greek, and Slavic descent. It includes Magyars, Lapps, and Finns, and the Basque and Albanians. It includes the mixed Latin, Celtic, Iberian, and Moorish inhabitants of Spain and Portugal. So if you're black, again, melanin black don't got nothing to do with your skin tone. It's a status. Again, right here where it says, and it includes the mixed Latin, Celtic, Iberian, right? And Albanians. It includes the Celtic, Iberian, and Moorish inhabitants of Spain and Portugal. That's the Moors. That's the true Moors. The mixed Greek, Latin, Phoenician, that's the Phoenix Moors. And North African inhabitants of Sicily, also Moors. And the mixed Slav and Tartar inhabitants of South Russia. It does not mean Caucasian race. Now, the Caucasians, though, would be, so check this out. The Caucasians would be the Turks and stuff at the base of the Caucasus Mountains. So those would be the true people those would be the people who call themselves Jews, which are Khazarians. It would be truly them. But in here, it's saying European Jews. That means the Europeans who have taken on Judaism. However, when it says it doesn't mean the Caucasian race, that would mean the true people who are Caucasians, which would mean the people who are at the Caucasus Mountains, at the base of the Caucasus Mountains, which would be the Khazarians. The base of the Caucasus Mountains is Ukraine and all the rest of their area, the Balkans and all the rest of that around there. That's the base of the Caucasus Mountains, the Baltic Sea and all that. Or the Black Sea. That is the Caucasians. That's the true Caucasians, the Khazarians. So again, bam. These are free women of color. Term up to the time of the Civil War applied to all persons not of the white race, including Indians, free women of color. But again, so as you can see, it does not mean the Caucasian race, Aryan race, Indo-European races, nor the mixed Indo-European, Dravidian, Semitic, and Mongolian peoples who inhabit Persia. So it don't mean the Khazarians. However, the Khazarians have taken on the white status, as you can see with that dude Jake Lang and a whole bunch of other Khazarians who call themselves white supremacists. But free white person didn't mean them, as you can see. So birthright citizenship. Now let's get back to it. So birthright citizenship, who does it affect? Who does birthright citizenship actually affect? Most of you foundational Aboriginal Americans, Amarokans, foundational Aboriginal Amarokans. So check this out. So Kim Iverson, she was tripping because she's benefited from birthright citizenship. She thinks it's supposed to apply to everyone. Now, like I said, Clarence Thomas says it only applies to the slaves, the descendants of slaves. Who's right? Excuse me. It's a little more nuanced than that. They were thinking about immigration when they were coming up with the 14th Amendment. There were talks in certain lectures and stuff like that about immigration, about Chinese people and stuff like that. However, the main problem was slavery. So the main reason for it was slavery. Now, they merged the Immigration Act within the 14th Amendment. So ultimately, it does apply to more people than just slaves. But here we go.
Nations of Americans who are not considered.
He would not.
For it. Trump's attempt to change birthright citizenship failed in what was essentially a 6-3 decision. Some are reporting it as a 5-4, but it was really a 6-3. Kavanaugh did. He concurred with the ultimate viewpoint of, no, we're not going to go along with changing birthright citizenship. He just gave a different reason for it. He said, well, it's not really about the 14th Amendment. It's about a different federal law, and that is really what it's against. But ultimately, a 6-3 decision, SCOTUS decided to uphold, we should say, birthright citizenship and rule against the challenge that Trump had when he signed an executive order trying to limit it. Here is the announcement from Fox News.
It has to do with birthright citizenship. It was an executive order that President Trump, on day one of his second term in January 2025, signed the executive order. It was immediately challenged. And now we can tell you that the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled against President Trump's order to limit birthright citizenship. Shannon, we have talked for some time about the president feeling that he would not win on this one. The question is, why not?
Mm-hmm. Okay, right off the bat, it says children born in the United States to parents unlawfully or temporarily present are, quote, subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and are citizens at birth under the 14th Amendment Citizenship Clause. So look how this broke down. As we expected, the Chief Justice wrote this opinion. Justices Sotomayor, Kagan, Barrett, and Jackson joined. Jackson has a concurring opinion in which Sotomayor joins. Justice Kavanaugh files an opinion concurring in the judgment and dissenting in part. The dissent comes from Justice Thomas. He is joined by Gorsuch, Alito, and then Justice Gorsuch apparently has his own dissenting opinion. So it is what we expected after the arguments here, and it looks like a bit of a split, but enough of a plurality coming together to say that the executive order that the president issued very quickly upon taking office is no good, and that if people are here subject to the jurisdiction thereof includes people who are here illegally. Writing for the majority, Chief Justice Roberts says this: citizenship then and now was the right to have rights to freely participate in our political community. Talking about the 14th Amendment, the framers of the 14th Amendment extended that promise to every freeborn person in this land. That's a quote, and it looks like it's a quote back to some of the legislative debate about this in Congress. He says we keep that promise today. So a loss probably expected by the Trump White House, but it is official, and it's a thick one, so we'll keep reading.
So Trump is going in on that too. He's going in on, it was only meant for the descendants of slaves. Really quick, somebody's talking. Who? McKinson or who they were talking about white Spaniards, not blackamoors. First of all, wrong. It says it in there. First of all, again, I just read it to you. It ain't have nothing. Again, you keep talking about this term. What's the term you use? White. White doesn't mean color. White is a status. White has nothing to do with color. White, the term, again, black means pale. But let me go back. Where's the hold on, let me share that shit again. I gotta go back and read it again because you obviously don't understand. you don't know what the hell you're looking at. So again, right here, as you can see, it's almost, this is a smaller screen. Let me bring it to a bigger screen. So it says right here, it includes the Moorish inhabitants of Spain. Who you think conquered Spain? There was no white Moors who conquered Spain. The fuck you talking about? They were talking about white. Who was the white Moors who conquered Spain? Spain melanated the melanated Moors. That's what Moor means. The word Moor means dark skin or dark. So ain't no white. There's people called amalgamated Moors who were captured, and they would be able to be made Moors, but they were called amalgamated Moors. But right here, the Moorish inhabitants of Spain and Portugal are the dark-skinned Moors who took it over. Talking about Tariq, when smashed on the Spaniards, the savage Spaniards who were over there, and the Moors came over and civilized Spain. Wasn't civilized before the Moors got there. So I don't know what the hell you talk about. Who the hell is that in the chat? Don't know what the fuck they talk about. We're talking about blackamoors. That's a redundant term. Blackamoors. You might as well say black or black. Moor means black, or it means dark. So, getting back to Kim Iverson. So, Clarence Thomas says it's only for the 14th Amendment citizens. Now, that may have been, so he believes that's the catalyst, the main reason for doing it. Now, there were other catalysts for doing it. He doesn't believe that they were important enough to include them within the 14th Amendment, meaning that only slaves, descendants of slaves, should be allowed automatic citizenship, whereas people who are come over here, immigrants, there should be some other type of framework cut out to make them citizens that is separate from 14th Amendment birthright citizenship. Yo, Sharice L, appreciate you. She said brain banging. You funny, girl. She said brain banging. And who else real quick? Uncle Phil Cosby and Lane Elliott. Appreciate you guys for the cash apps. We are at, hold on, let me get you. Thank you guys for the cash apps.
May the force be with you.
And the super chats. We are at 180. 180 for the day, everybody, for the donation goal. So appreciate you. Keep them coming, baby. So here we go. Kim, though, she's a beneficiary of birthright citizenship, so she's caping for it hardcore. So here we go.
Okay, so essentially, and this is what Fox News just reported on, is that, yes, 5 of the justices voted to uphold the 14th Amendment as is, even though Kavanaugh had a different reason. So he didn't sign on to the majority opinion. 6 of the justices actually decided to uphold the birthright citizenship. Kavanaugh just had a different reason for it. So he didn't sign on to the 5-person majority opinion. He wrote his own, and he basically just said, yeah, I do think that this violates some other laws. And then he kind of goes on to say, now, if you want to do something about this, you're going to have to make some laws. And these are the laws that you would need to make if you want to actually make a change to birthright citizenship. So he kind of gives them a path forward. In the dissenting group, it was interesting. They dissented. Clarence Thomas gave his reason for dissent. He just says, look, birthright citizenship was the way they wrote it. They wanted it just to give citizenship to slaves. And it didn't mean all of these other people. And then Gorsuch signed on to that, and Alito signed on to that. And Alito pretty much agreed with Clarence Thomas. But Neil Gorsuch actually had a different opinion on that. So he wrote his own dissent. And
so really quick, you said, so who is considered white? That's a legal term. You have people from Egypt, from Kemet. So go look up the MENA groups, MENA. That's Middle East, North Africa. Anybody who migrates from Middle East, North Africa is considered white. Also, Hispanics, 50-some% of Hispanics they have the status of white. Asians. Some Asians have the status of white. These are legal terms that were decided on in the courts early on in the 1900s. Who could be termed white? It has nothing to do with your skin tone. It's all a legal status. You can go claim white now. If you want to be called white, you can go claim white. There's nothing barring you from claiming white, other than the fact that people would look at you crazy when you walking down the street. But if you want to claim white, you can claim white. They can't tell you that you're not white. They can't tell you that. They can't tell you nothing. But again, white and black are just dumbass statuses. These are statuses that have no major power. But because people who claim white status are the majority in America, it has a certain level of power, the term white. Whereas it really is not supposed to have any power, because it's a color. And color in law means the resemblance or the semblance without the actual substance, meaning it looks like it, but it's not actually that. So remember, white is nothing but a legal status. It's a bunch of melanated people, millions in fact, in America, walking around with the term status, white status, and they're melanated, highly melanated too.
Basically says that he would only deny birthright citizenship to children of temporary visitors, but not to illegal immigrants who live here permanently. So he was just more concerned about the people that come here. They're here for a short period of time. They have a baby. They whisk the baby off to a foreign country. That baby never knows America as their home. They never really spend time here, yet they're entitled to American citizenship. He had a problem with that in particular, but not with illegal immigrants who have babies here and those children being given American citizenship. So even though he, which a lot of people are really upset about that, the people that wanted to see this go through, wanted to see an end to birthright citizenship, a lot of them are upset about illegals coming here and having babies. Neil Gorsuch would not have upheld that. So in that case, it would have been a 7-2 decision. That means the Supreme Court is largely on the side of birthright citizenship, with nuance. And that nuance is with the birth tourism that has been a booming business coming from Russia, China, Nigeria. I think there's several different countries where they found. But I want to point this one out. Okay, so this is the language that everybody's kind of freaking out over. And really what people are freaking out over is that women justices voted against Trump on this birthright citizenship. They voted to uphold the 14th Amendment. And people are now screaming online that women should not have the right to vote. That's where this is headed. And you could think that that is some sort of like, oh, that's just far-fetched. They're not going to come after women's rights. Well, I thought the same thing about trans stuff. I thought, oh, come on, they're not really going to go after girls' sports. They're not really going to go after women's bathrooms. And they sure did. So I don't think it's wise to think that, oh, that is so insane. There's no way they're going to do that. I don't think we're in a timeline where we could say something so insane they're not going to do it. They will do it. They are going to come after women's voting rights. I can guarantee you that. Now, how far will it go? I don't know. It depends on what kind of momentum it gets in the culture wars. But we'll get to that. Let's first look at the language of what people are saying. This is not what the framers meant when they wrote this, when they were talking about the 14th Amendment being extended to slaves. And in the highlighted section, it says, this will not, of course, include, so they're talking about, yes, birthright citizens, that people that are born here should be citizens of the United States. And then it says, this will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens, who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the foreign government of the United States. Foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States, but will include every other class of persons. So it settles the great question of citizenship and removes all doubt as to what persons are for I'm having a hard time reading this. The print is kind of small. Let me see. Let me turn this up. Settles the great question. I need to start wearing glasses. You guys are going to start seeing me wear reading glasses. Removes all doubt as to what persons are or not citizens of the United States. This has long been a great. So anyway, so they basically say this will not. So this line is what's important. This will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States. Their reasoning, when they expounded upon that, they said because these people are not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. And what does that mean? Now, that means that when you're here as a foreign diplomat or an ambassador, you are still in your embassy. Embassies are technically foreign land. So they are not American soil. We carve out these little areas and we basically hand them over to other countries. And we say, this is your land, your jurisdiction. I know that there are some, actually, I don't know. I think that you might be able to get away with murder. I think that's a thing. It sounds ridiculous, but I think that's a thing. I think that, I think what happens is we don't offer ambassadorships and we don't carve off land for countries that maybe don't have laws against murder, typically. But I know that we don't do the prosecution of those. They do have to go back to their home countries, and their home countries have to deal with it because it's technically.
So Kim she's really caping. She's really trying to dissect and decipher and say, yeah, they weren't only thinking about the slaves. This isn't really about the slaves. They were thinking about everyone. It was about everyone. No, it wasn't. They even though they had the thoughts about everybody, they still understood that first off, yeah, the people who came over here, they wouldn't necessarily be subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Now, the reason that birthright citizenship, the reason it was defeated is because the KYRFs use it more than anyone. They weaponize it. The very thing that the dissenting judges don't want. They said the reason they dissented, a lot of them, or Gorsuch, he said. The others dissented, agreeing with Clarence Thomas that it's only good for it's only good for 14th Amendment descendants, right? Descendants of slaves from the 14th Amendment is only good for descendants of slaves. However, Gorsuch came in and said, well, not necessarily. People who've been here a while, if you plan on staying here, then you should be able to have or indulge in or engage in birthright citizenship. Only if you come here to stay. If you agree on staying here, then yeah, you can have a baby and that baby be born an American. That now I agree with that. I agree with that. If you came here to stay, if you ain't going to move back to another country, then that's fine. But he disagrees with people being able to come over here, shit out a baby, and then 3 hours later get back on a plane and go to their country and raise that baby to hate America, and then send them back over here to infiltrate American policy and, you know, society, and then tear it down, which is what a lot of people are doing right now. That's what a lot of people are doing. They get American education, they come over here, they be American education, all that, then they go back to their country, you know what I'm saying, and then they take all that information from America, build up their country, or they'll come here, get that American education, tear down America, and siphon American resources for their country and send that shit back to their country, or just make America more amenable to their country's policies. So this is what's going on, and she's having a hard time with it because she's a beneficiary of birthright citizenship. However, I agree, if you came here, if you come here to stay, and you have a baby, then that's something different. But it really does affect this. Be honest about who it affects. It affects melanated people. Immigration affects melanated people. Why? Because immigrants can always go back to their country when shit gets fucked up. Melanated people over here, you have nowhere to go. So when they start to take your place and take positions that you should be in, but you're not in because you've been sitting back, you've been chilling so goddamn long, you've been relaxing and being lazy and apathetic to the system for so long, then they come and they just move into your place because you don't want it and I'll take it. Well, where else do melanated people have to go after that? You don't have anything after that. So melanated, you have to be on your P's and Q's about your position in America. If you're not going to take your status back as an Aboriginal American, then if you're in the system, you need to mind your P's and Q's about your position in the system and somebody taking your position in the system. And that's what who immigration affects the most, is melanated people. The descendants of what you call descendants of slaves, or all the rest of that, Aboriginal Americans, descendants of slaves, FBA, whatever the hell you want to call it. It affects you the most because they take your position. They ain't taking the white folks' positions, meaning pale people. They're not taking the pale people position. None of them. They're not taking Khazarian positions. But the Khazarians, again, birthright citizenship, it affects them the most, or they benefit from it the most. They come and have a baby in America, take it back over to Israel, and train that baby to only love Israel. Then they send that baby back to America, and then that baby gets involved in politics, gets into the political system, and just like I said, starts creating laws and making the government more amenable to Israel. And that's what they've been doing for decades now. And so we finally just come to see it.
Technically on their soil. So, and there's been a lot of controversy over the teenage kids of ambassadors doing crazy crap that is totally illegal in the country, and they basically get away with it. They get shipped back home and no consequences. And it makes news. It's a big problem. But that's what they were talking about. These people are not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. Therefore, if an ambassador comes here, has a baby, that baby is subject to the jurisdiction of the home country that the ambassador is technically representing, and therefore they're not an American citizen. So that is specifically what they were talking about. They were saying everybody else, however, and they specifically say that here, every other class of persons would end up being, and they say every other class of persons. So they're not just saying only slaves and children of slaves. They're saying every other class of person. If they meant just slaves, they would have said that. And I think that's what the majority opinion of the court is they would have said that. Now, look, I'm just explaining to you.
Now, I agree because they're lawyers. So they meant what they said, just like they didn't put the word rights within the 14th Amendment. But that's BC. So people under the 14th Amendment don't have rights. They only have privileges, which is why they let immigrants in there. They didn't give you rights. They only gave 14th Amendment citizens privileges, which is why they let everyone be grouped into the 14th Amendment, because you ain't getting no rights. You're not getting the same rights as the colonists and the descendants of the colonists. You only get privileges, just like it says. These motherfuckers knew the word rights. It's in the Constitution. They didn't just forget about it when they got to the 14th Amendment and leave it out. They did not want descendants of slaves and immigrants over here having the same power as the colonists, what they deem as real citizens. So this is why they did that. Now, real quick, it says AB is a prefix meaning not. What did I say? Again, y'all better get the sugar daddy out your ear. What did I say? I said the legal definition of ab in the dictionary. Don't make me come at you. Don't make me come at you, ultraviolet, whatever. Nift, why nift? Or whatever the hell is. What did I just say? I could have swore I said the legal definition of ab. Here we go. Watch this. Tired of having to smack the shit out of people. Like, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I've been doing this for 30 some odd years. You think you about to come and smash on me? And I've been doing this for 30 years. I've been teaching it for 20 something. Stop playing. So let's get to the, oh no, that's the, let's get to the words. Boom, boom. Damn it. God damn. All right, it's the Judicial Code of Ethics. Let me keep moving. God dang it. All right. God damn. It's a whole bunch of shit at the beginning. All right, here we go. All right. Boom, boom. Ab. You see this right here? AB. Do you see that? Ab. 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 When you see that right there, when you're looking up definitions, that means from. The FR means from. Abba. From Abba. That's going to say, that means for Syrian. I don't know why they're taking it just Syrian, but father. Do you see that? Do I have to smack you again? Ab from Abba, Syrian, father. And it's in the legal dictionary. That's all I give a shit about. I'm not talking about colloquial language. I'm not talking about the context, the connotation. I'm not talking about the connotation of the word. I'm talking about the denotation. Right here. Ab, the oldest, is Abba, father. So, birthright citizenship, you can decide if it's good or not. Yeah, don't get me started. Michelle, no, personally. Michelle, no. Don't get me on one. What up, Michelle? So there's that. Then again, melanated people, you decide on whether birthright citizenship is good or not for melanated people, the true foundational Aboriginal Americans, Americans. So moving along. The bill to merge the United States military is going through. This sucks. To merge the United States military with Khazarians. They said it's going through. Now let's see. Hold on. Check this out.
Of the U.S. and Israeli military, unfortunately, which means that, unfortunately, the amendment to halt the merger of the U.S. and Israeli militaries together has failed, unfortunately, which means that they have shoved this into the National Defense Act, and it will pass, and Israel will no longer need funding. This whole idea.
Israel and America merging. See, that's why I say America only got a few years left. Israel going to take them down. Bitchrill is about to take America down. And they are the two leaders of white supremacy in the world. They uphold each other. The blonde, blue-eyed white supremacy, or brunette, blue-eyed white supremacy, Scandinavian, whatever, European white supremacy, they uphold the Khazarian white supremacy, who just usurped white. They just took on the term white because they're non-melanated. And remember, they're crypto Jews, so they can look like anyone. And they still are European. So they can just fall right into European status anytime they want. Now, it took a long time in America for them to do that. They had to not indoctrinate, but they had to involve themselves within the American government and system and all that stuff for a long time. And then eventually, over a certain amount of time, they became white. not necessarily legally, but they were turned white. But if you think about it, they're the same thing. What was racism in Africa? Apartheid, right? The whites come and take it over. We run every goddamn thing. We only 7% of the population, but we run 97% of it, 95% of it, or whatever. That goes on in Vitriol. Vitriol's the same motherfuckers. In Vitriol, only the non-melanated Jews are considered upper class or first class. If you are a melanated Jew in Vitriol, you are subservient. You are a second class, third class citizen. Again, that's white supremacy or pale supremacy. I don't like calling not white supremacy, but pale supremacy. That's what we need to start calling it. Pale supremacy in this bitch. Yo, real quick, Terrence David and Marlon Clark, appreciate you guys. Thank you for the cash apps.
May the force be with you.
Thank y'all, man. So pale supremacy, again, American pale supremacy and Jewish pale supremacy, they uphold each other. That's why when one falls, the other has to fall. As you can see right now, the ones who are trying to create all the dissension between melanated people and Caucasian people is a lot of Khazarians who are masquerading as white. I just showed you Jake Lang. There's a bunch of other the skinhead white supremacists who are Jews going around calling themselves white. Is this the agenda? You be the judge. Is this the agenda? You say 14th Amendment citizens, a state should be the beneficiary in a foreign express irrevocable trust. That 14th Amendment citizen estate should be the beneficiary in a foreign express irrevocable trust. Why a foreign? You need to be foreign. You need to have a foreign trust. You can just create your own trust and put your status on it. Your status is the #1 status in the world as far as Aboriginals. But you can create your own. You can create your own trust and just lock it up with your own law. You don't need to create a foreign trust other than what you mean foreign to that government. But it doesn't need to be. You don't need to call it a foreign trust. You can just call it a trust and put your status and put your name on it. Because again, once you take your status back, you're not within that government anymore. You don't have to call it a foreign trust. It's just a trust that comes from you, from your status. So you don't have to tell them it's a foreign trust. So Caucasian supremacy or pale supremacy is being held up. It says, but pale means black. No, black means pale. No, the word black means pale. So you got it flipped around. The term black means pale. The etymology goes back to Blake or bleak, which means pale or yellow. And it was a status, is a term of status. People who were termed black or deemed black were subservient. You were the lower class in society. People who were deemed white in ancient times were deemed upper class. And so when they flipped society and the pale people became upper class, they just called themselves white. And then you became black. But it used to be the other way around. So here we go. So the Khazarians are going to take America down. And like I said, is it a good thing or bad? America's the freest country in the world. So we got to hold on to that freedom. But it is built on fuckery. So maybe its karma is to be destroyed. Hey, but if it is destroyed, melanated people, we can pick up the pieces. Pick up the pieces. Pick up the pieces. pick up the pieces. We can pick it up, baby. Pick up the pieces. Here we go.
Which Netanyahu even says was his idea. This was his plan. This did not come from our Congress members. He actually put it forward. They said, okay, Defense Act and Carries Together has failed, unfortunately, which means that they have shoved this into the National Defense Act and it will pass. And Israel will no longer need funding. This whole idea, which Netanyahu even says was his idea, this was his plan. This did not come from our Congress members. He actually put it forward. They said, okay, we'll do whatever you want, our dear leader Bibi. And they put it into this bill. The goal of this, according to Netanyahu himself, is to end U.S. aid to Israel. Now, you might think, oh, that's a great thing. We do want to end U.S. aid to Israel, right? So he's saying, okay, here's a workaround. We know that Americans are now arguing over U.S. aid to Israel. This was never a topic before, but now it's become a hot topic. So there's even bills that are being presented as we speak to end U.S. aid to Israel. The workaround is to no longer need aid from the United States military because you will just become the United States military. That's literally what Netanyahu said is the reason for this. He said this would end rather than being dependent on the U.S. military, we become partners. We become partners. We share everything. So we don't need to be dependent on them. We share. We don't need to wait for aid. We don't need to beg for aid. We don't need to ask for things. We share. That is the goal of this. And unfortunately, it failed. Here's the article from Responsible Statecraft saying Congress has refused to even allow a full House vote on a provision that would pave the way for an unprecedented integration of the U.S. and Israeli military industrial complexes. The move came through the House's rules process for the National Defense Authorization Act, which determines which of the more than 1,000 proposed amendments to the defense policy bill will be publicly debated and voted upon by the full House. Unfortunately, after no debate on Monday, the Rules Committee chose to reject a bipartisan amendment introduced by Reps Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie.
So the bought-off politicians, the Khazarian bought-off politicians, they refused to vote on the blockage of the merger for the military, the IDF, the Israel military, and the American military. All of them stayed silent. They refused to vote. So it failed, which means it's going to pass the House. Then it's going to have to go through the Senate. The Senate is going to, they're all bought off. So it's going to pass the Senate. And Trump's bitch ass, they got his balls in a piranha tank or hovering over a piranha tank, getting ready to push the escape button on that shit. So it's going to pass. The merger of America and Israel will destroy America, ultimately, which is what they want. They want that. They want that to happen. It's going to be so hard to get Israel out of America when they sign this. It's going to have to be legislated. And because they're all bought off by Israel, they'll never do it. So it'll be forever until they destroy America. And like I said, melanated people will come in here and pick up the pieces. Pick up the pieces. Pick up the pieces.
The United States-Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative from the bill. The committee released a list of amendments that were ruled in order, is what it's called, for a vote on Monday night, and theirs was not on it. This provision they wanted to squelch, previously known as Section 224, creates an executive agent within the Department of Defense whose sole responsibility is furthering U.S. and Israeli military tech integration across nearly every facet of the defense process, from co-producing weapons to data fusion. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has described this shift in the U.S.-Israel relationship as my plan. And now his plan gets to go forward because Israel gets whatever they want from the United States. Now, you might be someone who very much supports the state of Israel. You might want to give them every single weapon they ask for. You might want to wipe out every single Muslim on the planet. You might want to wipe out all the Arabs. That might be your stance. But even if that is your stance, it is never a good idea to integrate a foreign military into your military. To merge them together is not a good idea because, as history has shown, if you've read those history books, is that the allies we have today are not always the allies we have tomorrow. And the enemies we have today are not always the enemies of tomorrow. I mean, look at Germany.
Now, this is treason. But they're not going to get prosecuted for it. Why is it treason? Because the Pentagon came out and said Israel was the biggest threat to America. But then the politicians, see, this is the actual military. The real military does not want to merge with the American military. The heads of the American military don't want to merge with the Israeli military. They know it's stupid. They're like, this is dumb as shit. So on the day they announced that, they came out and they designated the Pentagon, they designated Israel as the #1 threat to America, right? So now if you merge with America and the Pentagon has basically said they're the #1 threat to America, that's treason. You've just merged with one of the biggest enemies or threats to America. This is treason if they sign this. But no one's going to jail for it. No one's going to pay for it. So it pretty much don't matter if nobody pay for it. But that's why the Pentagon did it. They wanted to be on the books saying, we don't agree with this shit. They went on the books. Fuck that. No. We not with this bullshit. And the politicians don't care because vitriol got some shit on them. Them tapping little kids, or them killing little kids, or allegedly, or them cooking little kids, or it's something with some little kids. Because in today and age, if it was just some gay shit, you wouldn't give a shit if it was some gay shit. Today, and other than probably what's homeboy Lindsey Graham, he probably the only one that they have the gay shit on, and he don't want that to come out. But other than bitchy Graham, nigga, nobody gonna trip on you because it's the gay shit. They would trip on you though if it's some child shit, if it's some pedo shit. Yeah, the world is gonna trip. Straight up, the world is gonna trip. So that's what they have on the American politicians, who don't care if they're doing something illegal, unconstitutional, that'll get them killed, treason, punishable by death, but they don't give a damn. They don't give a goddamn whatsoever. So, but again, you gotta weigh it out. Is it good that a vitriol is gonna take down white supremacy in America? Like, oh, I don't know. Another taker of all these foreigners is our government. Is a takeover. Yeah, the government is taking over. It's been taken over. The government, they the ones who took out Kennedy, because Kennedy wouldn't let him have a nuclear bomb. He wouldn't have to let him have a nuke. This thing, look at everybody who's always in Israel's way. Somehow that person dies, and then Israel able to do what the hell they want to do after that person mysteriously dies. Somehow, it's always the person in Israel's way, and then mysteriously, somehow, that person is either destroyed politically, their reputation is destroyed, or they die. And then Israel gets to do whatever the fuck they want. So you figure it out. You figure it out. So moving along. So Iran, they said, America, EAD, bitch. America, you can EAD. It's in the game. We building a nuke.
Germany, look at Japan.
Basically, they say we building a nuke, and we don't give a goddamn what you think about it. Because they keep trying to attack. They keep trying. Well, they were attacking over last weekend. Iran and America was bombing the shit out of each other. Well, America, bombing the shit out of each other. America was bombing a whole bunch of places with civilians or potential civilian casualties. That's what America was bombing. Then Iran, they just start bombing more military bases. See, Iran keeps their targets to military, whereas America is in vitriol. They don't give a shit. They just killing everybody indiscriminately. So after that, Iran was like, fuck y'all. We getting like, fuck that. We are getting a nuke. We don't give a shit what you say now. We're getting a nuke. We're not dealing with your bullshit no more, America.
We're about to give Iran 1 year's worth of China's entire military budget. What do you think they're going to be able to do with that? If you're Russia, why not sell them a few for, 10, 20, 30 billion dollars? Huh? Seems like a pretty good idea for both sides there. Welcome back to the channel, everybody. And yes, second video of the day, guys, but there is a lot that has transpired over the weekend regarding the Iran war. We talked about in that previous video today. If you haven't watched it yet, go look at it. That we are seeing the most massive escalation we have seen since really the first couple days of the war right now, with U.S. bombing the shit out of Iran, Iran bombing U.S. military bases in Bahrain and Kuwait, and our greatest ally still continuing to bomb Lebanon. Well, now we have the biggest escalation we've seen ever out of this, which Iran has now just officially announced that they are seeking to build a nuclear weapon, which, the consequences of this could be absolutely dire. So that's what we're going to talk about in this video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. And guys, make sure you check that you haven't been unsubscribed by YouTube. It's a huge problem for creators right now. All right, let's jump into it. Oh, and grab some America First America Only merch. We got some great stuff for the summer. Okay, let's jump into it. Let's talk about it. Yeah, this can of worms just got way, way worse. The biggest problem with this is Donald Trump's whole thing. His whole thing that he keeps coming back to because he hasn't been able to put any strategic objectives out there on this war other than one, right? We've heard him say it a million times. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon under his leadership.
They will not have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. Look, that whole deal is not complicated. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple.
Well, they've now announced that they're going to have one. So what is that going to lead to? Well, we already saw Donald Trump earlier today threatening to either nuke Iran or it's potentially looking like a massive ground invasion, which, man, what an excuse he would have, huh? Oh, God, we have to go in there and get it now. So this is really scary. Again, if we thought we were headed towards, that MOU peace deal, well, yeah, we're headed in the opposite direction really fast. All right, let's check this out. All right, so this is trending all over as of about an hour or two ago. Yes, and from Iranian state media, they've said Iran has no option but to pursue an atomic bomb, remove the military option from the table. So, oh, yikes. So more reporting here. Iran says it must quickly build atomic bombs to prevent Zionists from occupying and partitioning Iran. It was a mistake killing the Iranian leadership that issued a fatwa against nuclear weapons. All right, more here. Fars News, an Iranian state media outlet linked to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps says Iran has no choice but to develop a nuclear bomb, arguing it needs nuclear deterrence to eliminate the military threat against the country and create the calm needed to resolve other disputes through negotiations. Now, again, the can of worms, this, guys, is extreme. I mean, this is really, really scary. Not so...
Hey, it's funny. Nigga, Roger Rose, you funny as shit, bro. He said Iran first nuke gonna hit Mar-a-Lago. They're gonna blow up the Big Mac sauce out of your ass. Yo, that's hilarious, bro. Oh, that's funny as shit. He said they're gonna blow the Big Mac sauce out of Trump's ass. You say I watched JFK, Oliver Stone. Yeah, that's a great movie. They were breaking it off in that movie, for sure. They were getting down there. They were really showing who might have taken JFK out. And they were alluding. If you, nigga, Oliver Stone. Now shout out to Oliver Stone, because back in the day, when I used to maybe procure broccoli. I used to distribute broccoli amongst the people. This is back when I was in film school. I went to see some, but one of my homies wanted to do a dude I had met at a film event. He was a Caucasian cat. He was in film school at USC. So I was in film school at CSUN, Cal State Northridge. He was at film school at USC. USC, best film school in America because of all the connections you can make when you go to USC film school. Steven Spielberg, he got turned down from USC film school and went to my film school. Shout out Steven, CSUN, baby. But damn, I lost my train of thought. Back when we were in film school, homeboy was Oliver Stone's assistant. The homie, he was Oliver Stone's, this white dude. Now, when I say white, he was Caucasian. I mean, he was, yeah, how you doing, sir? How you doing, man? Yeah, hey, guy. Yeah. I mean, glasses. Nigga wore glasses. This nigga shirt was buttoned all the way up to the top. Nigga hair was cut straight. I mean, he was Caucasoid. I mean, hi, hey Kev, we're gonna go see the event here tomorrow. Okay, yeah, just give me a call. Yeah, I can come pick you up for the event. Yeah, okay, yeah, okay, sir. Yeah. It's like that nigga was white as fuck, but he was Oliver Stone's assistant, and so he was like, so I remember how he came to me one day. He said, "Hey, I feel really bad about asking you this, but do you know anywhere? I mean, it's not for me." And he was right. That motherfucker was clean as that nigga was straight as goddamn razor's edge. He didn't do shit. It's not for me. I just want to know, really, it's Oliver wanted to know if you knew any place where he could get some, And I was like, what do you mean? And I said, weed? I was like, oh, nigga, what? I was like, well, sir, Well, let me tell you, sir, you may have come to the right place, sir. But so back in the day, so shout out to shout out to Oliver Stone, because back in the day, that's when he was doing that. I may have been feeding him broccoli through a third party, allegedly. So here we go.
So much for the fact that Iran could build a nuclear weapon. We're going to talk about that here in a minute. But the response that we may see from our greatest ally or us, because, man, if we needed to give them an excuse to drop the big one on Iran, this is going to be it. Because this is exactly what they've been threatening against, right? If Iran ever gets a nuclear weapon, they'll automatically use it on our greatest ally. Now, that line of reasoning never had any rationale or logic to it to begin with. Like, if we really let's really break that argument down first, okay, to see what a logic fallacy it really is. Do we see that anywhere else in the world? Has that been the case, right? North Korea has nuclear weapons, and again, they are not an ally. And have they used one? Well, did they automatically use it the second they got it on South Korea? No, they've never used one, and neither has any other country other than us. And so that's actually not what we've seen historically from any country that has access.
That is so true. He was acting like he was buying a fucking pound. Like, nigga, he was only looking for 2 sacks. Nigga, you act like you bought a pound. I didn't really want to ask you, but do you happen to know, or where Oliver really wants to know, do you know where you can get a little bit of I was like, what? Like, what do you mean? I didn't want to really buy, I don't want to really assume that you do that, but like, nigga, what? I was like, what? Oh, that shit was so funny, man. He was so clean cut, straight edge white boy. Goddamn, motherfucker lived. He was from Simi Valley. Went to high school and everything in Simi Valley, and then went to CSUN. USC film school. That shit was crazy. But back to Iran getting nukes, and Iran is about to blow the spot. Iran is about to blow. Iran want all the smoke. You say sweet smoke. That's what Iran want right now. Iran want the sweet smoke right now. They want it. And what'd you say? Better than baking soda? That's true. Better than baking soda. That's hilarious. But let's see if Iran gonna get some nukes.
Access to nuclear weapons. Well, we have seen it is the best possible deterrence from being invaded by imperialistic countries. So think about this. North Korea as an example again. Isn't it interesting how they're the one country that the United States really wants to invade and remove the leadership of, but just has never tried? Well, that's because figured this out very, very early that is the way to deter things. Now, who didn't do that? Well, someone like Gaddafi gave up their nuclear program, and what happened to him? Well, you don't know the story of how.
Yeah, we know what happened to Gaddafi, who gave up his nuclear program. You see what happened to South Africa. They don't respect that, since South Africa, when they gave up, when they flipped the government from the white government to the black government, they gave up the nukes. How convenient was that? They didn't want to give the niggas no nukes. Niggas, no nukes. The niggas don't get nukes. When they were flipping the apartheid government from white to black, they said, nigga, yeah, we can cancel the missile program for sure. Niggas don't need nukes. And then now you see that South Africa you see what's happening in South Africa now. And America just bullies South Africa. Just bullies the fuck out of them because they know they don't have any nukes. Anybody who doesn't have nukes gets bullied. That's just the name of the game. So Iran was like, we tired of playing this bullshit game. we about to read the instructions to the game. We tired of playing the game without the instructions. We about to get the instructions and game off.
How he was killed, you might want to look it up. And so I think all of these countries are starting to realize that if we don't have nuclear weapons, we're going to be invaded. And the second part of this, why that argument doesn't work at all logically, is that, okay, so Iran gets a hold of a nuclear weapon, they use it on our greatest ally, then what happens? The United States glass parking lots the entire country of Iran and kills 91 million people automatically, instantly. Is that really what Iran is going to do? Fucking of course not. It's always been a stupid propaganda Zionist talking point to keep you terrified. Because governments typically don't just decide to mass unalive themselves, right? But anyway, this gets scary because Donald Trump has already threatened this multiple times, including today, right? Because Donald Trump just posted this last night. United States aircraft just struck Iranian missile and drone storage locations and coastal radar sites for violating the ceasefire agreement again. It wasn't them, it was our greatest ally. Anyway, it was very possible that they will never learn. There may come a point where we are no longer able to be reasonable, okay, and we'll be forced to militarily complete the job that we very successfully started. Okay, that's a weird way to say that. If it happens, the Islamic Republic of Iran will no longer exist, President Trump. So he's threatened this multiple times. Not only that, but we also know there was a story about the fact that he already attempted to use nuclear weapons on Iran and was talked down by General Kane into not doing it. All right, so there is already a track record toward.
This fool already tried to go nuke. And General Kane, the general, had to talk him down. This nigga's crazy. You know he didn't put his hand on the Bible when he swore in on the presidency. He didn't put his hand on the Bible. Now, you ain't got to do that. But when you don't do that, that says that I don't plan on doing anything that I'm saying right now. I don't plan on following through on none of this bullshit I'm saying right now. So I think Iran actually has nukes already. Because I reported on it a couple of weeks ago that Iran said they had nukes, or apparently they supposedly, allegedly had nukes. But now that they're saying we're going to get a nuke, I think they have them, and they're saying we're going to get them because then when they finally get them, it won't be a surprise. Or when they finally expose that we have them, they've already had them. And then now we've told you that we're going to make one. So when they do expose it, you're not surprised. The world is not. We told you we was going to get a nuke when they're already sitting on them. If they told you they had nukes right now, that would fuck up the whole deal.
Towards him wanting to do this. And if you think about Donald Trump's personality, to be honest, he is the type of person where I could see him before he leaves office wanting to launch one of the big ones, right? Like he's got that psychotic personality to him. So again, very, very scary because of all this. Now, personally, what do I think about the situation? Well, what I think about the situation for the Middle East is this. You have one of two options. Either Iran never has a nuclear weapon and Israel never is allowed to have a nuclear weapon, as in we go in and we take all of them from them to make it an even playing field, or B, both of them get to have them. Because right now, one of the biggest problems we have in the Middle East is that only one country has them, and it's allowed them to just freely bomb and invade all of their neighbors at free.
Now, he's right. Everybody get nukes or nobody get nukes. How about that? Nukes for everybody, nigga. We got an Oprah Winfrey off on the nukes or nobody get nukes. Unless you come in and talk about, you get a nuke, you get a nuke, you get a nuke, unless you do that. Unless we hear Oprah coming in with, look under your seats, everybody. There's a nuke under your seat. You get a nuke. You get a nuke. You get a nuke. Unless there's a nuke under my seat, nobody gets some. Nobody gets nukes. But we know Israel already got nukes. And they're not giving them up. Why would you? Why would you give up your nukes? That was the dumbest shit Gaddafi ever did. That was the dumbest shit South Africa ever did. Well, South Africa did it because they knew they were leaving power. The white people leaving power knew that we're leaving. So take it all, buddy. There you go. What do you need? What do you need? A double warhead? 15 megaton warhead right there. What do you need? You only need 7-ton mega warhead? Yeah, they're right there. Yeah, go ahead, take it all. Like, nigga, what? This is a fire sale? In a sense, yeah. So, shout out to Iran for not being bitches. Shout out to Iran for not being bitches. So, moving along, in Skittle news, the Supreme Court, another one of their good rulings was they upheld the ban on Decepticons from biological girls sports. And holy shit, man. They went nuts. They went goddamn nuts. Hold on. The Transformers, the Decepticons, nigga, they transformed into that Megatron gun, that Megatron gun on that arm, nigga. Starscream, come here. So they pissed. Here we go.
Not in this context.
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Can I provide a definition?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I can't.
You can't?
not in this context.
So
I'm not a biologist.
This was another controversial case, and it triggered culture wars across the United States. The Supreme Court was being asked to rule on laws in 2 states in particular, West Virginia and Idaho, but it affects laws that have been put in place by 29 states, at least, that limit transgender participation in women's sports teams. Supporters of the ban have argued that they are needed for fairness and safety. Opponents have said that this is unfair to trans athletes. The court said these laws stand, that trans athletes can be prevented from participating in women's and girls' sports, and that is up to the states. This is another issue that Trump has used to rally his MAGA supporters, but it has been more widely flashpoint also across the United States. The debate is probably not over on that one, but today the court ruled that states can do this. So again, that doesn't change anything, but that one is probably seen as more of a victory for Trump.
Discriminatory and it is consistent with Title IX. This should embolden every legislator to protect female athletes. It is not people, it is loving and it is right. And this is what justice looks like. Women for America and Young Women for America worked on this issue for almost a decade. We recognized early on that this was going to be an issue that would impact young women in their safe spaces on their sports teams, in their locker rooms, and we're so happy today.
All right, guys, so I know we've been talking about some major L's that we've been taking lately in the Supreme Court. However, in this video, we have a W. I consider it to be a small W, to be honest with you, but it's a big L for the left, okay? As the Supreme Court had to decide whether or not it is constitutional for red states, conservative states, common sense states, really, to ban biological boys from competing against biological girls in sports, okay? And the Supreme Court issued a bombshell decision, right? Honestly, should not be a surprise to anybody with common sense, which is that banning transgender athletes from competing in competitions that do not align with their biological sex is not a violation of the Equal Protection Clause or Title IX, okay? And I want to react to this because this is one of those, hey, the grass is green type of rulings where nobody should have been surprised, honestly.
Hey, everybody. Thank you guys for the Cash Apps donations. We're at 180 for the donations for today. So everybody make sure we get our donations in. You know we got the donation goal. I know it's goddamn 4th of July, goddamn it. That don't mean nothing. If I come here and I do this on 4th of July, y'all respect that, dang it. Hit that damn Cash App and the super chat. Again, you guys remember they took the Patreon from me. I don't have Patreon right now, people, so make sure we support as best we can. All right, so here we go. Oops. All right, here we go.
This should have been 9-0, but it was 6-3. Once again, you have liberals showing us that they don't believe in common sense. But I think that the main thing that I want to talk about when it comes to this decision is not the decision in and of itself, but the reaction to it from Democrats, right? And the fact that the Supreme Court left this open for legislation, okay? For
student athletes.
This is going to get to the Democrats.
Because we already know for the left. Take a look.
The Supreme Court has ruled that transgender student athletes can be banned from participating in girls' sports. This was one of the biggest culture war cases of the Supreme Court term, and it comes amid a series of legal setbacks for transgender Americans. Now, this issue came before the Supreme Court after 2 transgender athletes challenged these bans. Now, one of the challenges was based in West Virginia, another in Idaho, but the court ruled that these bans do not violate the Constitution. Now, this decision has enormous national significance because more than half of states have similar laws to those in West Virginia and Idaho. Those states say the laws are intended to create an even playing field for student athletes. This comes roughly a year after the Supreme Court allowed states to ban transgender care for minors. Now, they have also allowed President Trump to ban transgender Americans from serving in the military and allow the administration to require sex at birth markers on U.S. passports.
All right, well, we have a decision on transgender youth sports. What's the answer? 6-3, the Supreme Court is upholding the right of West Virginia to separate athletes based on their biological sex. This was, Steph, a result that I think many of us predicted. But one of the things that I think I still need to get my head around is that you have
a common sense decision. How the hell did we get so damn far away from common sense? Everyone knew that boys can't play with girls because girls would get the shit smacked out of them. They would get smashed on, unless you were a tomboy. And it was very few or certain tomboys, which we consider tomboys, who can hang. There were some athletic girls who were as athletic as guys before the guys started hitting puberty. Then after the guys start hitting puberty, they leave the girls in the dust. But before puberty, there are a lot of girls who are as athletic as some young guys. And so they can hang with the guys, but not a lot. It'd be out of like 10 boys, it'd be like 1 girl. So that's not a major thing. But now, all of a sudden, this is like some normal shit. They just want us to believe that because you call yourself a girl, that all of a sudden you and all the goddamn bone density leaves, all your testosterone leaves, everything, all of that leaves your body now because you call yourself a girl. This is just common sense decisions. Thankful the court has some semblance of common sense left.
3 liberal justices who are concurring in the judgment in part and dissenting in part. Let me just break apart what that means. It means that they agree with some of the result, but they have reasons for disagreeing with how the majority got there. And so we're going to have to read through this to understand why Justices Sotomayor, who is joined by Justice Kagan and Justice Jackson, say that the result is in part something that they can agree with. That, I think, in and of itself is somewhat of a surprise. The other thing that I'm still scratching my head about is that these 2 cases were decided together. And it looks like we are hearing from both of these cases at the same time. There were 2 trans athletes cases, one coming from West Virginia, one coming from the state of Idaho. And so I'm going to need a couple of minutes to separate between the 2. But one of the things that I think people were really struggling with is this is a court that previously has said that when we're talking about sexual orientation discrimination, they said you couldn't discriminate against people on the basis of their sexual orientation because sex itself was what was banned in the statute. You couldn't discriminate on the basis of sex. Here, people were asking themselves, how is the court going to both say that sexual orientation discrimination is wrong and at the same time say that it's okay to discriminate on the basis of gender identity if both are on the basis of sex? And it seems as if what the court has said today is that biological sex is what the parameter is. This is how we determine what is okay and what is not. It is okay, according to them, to separate between the 2 biological sexes, although it is not okay in the workplace, for example, to discriminate on the basis of sexual orientation. And my guess is, not having read the opinions yet, my guess is that there are going to be some justices who say, I don't understand that differentiation. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me, either constitutionally or in terms of some of the statutes at issue.
This is a monumental decision, not unexpected, however, given how the oral arguments went. Here was the crux of the issue. It was whether or not somebody who was assigned the male gender at birth would be allowed to play in a traditionally so-called girls' sports in a public or high school or, of course, in the college setting. The argument that they were using to support a ban was that there was an unfair advantage provided to those assigned male at birth in women's competition.
Assigned, look at how she's talking now. Assigned male at birth. This is the language. You're not male at birth. You're assigned it like a package. Nigga, we just threw you in the male bin. Then we threw her in the female bin, or vice versa. That's all it was. So this is crazy right here. But check this out. This is the Transformers are really pissed. This is what I really wanted to show you. The Transformers, they lost their damn mind. And Transformer allies.
So we want the Supreme Court just dropped their decision. In the 27 states.
Hold on. Sam Moore and Marksman. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for the cash apps. And Terrence David. Oops. Thank you guys for the cash apps.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you guys. Got us up to where we at? We're at 220 for today. Wait a minute. 217. My bad. 217 for the donation goal today. Thank you guys. So here we go.
That pass laws protecting women's sports. So we want the Supreme Court just dropped their decision. In the 27 states that pass laws protecting women's sports will be for women. Again, not men or boys who identify as female. So we won. But what about me? I live in Minnesota. I live in Washington. I live in Wisconsin. I live in Oregon. Connecticut. I live in one of the 23 states that still prioritizes gender identity over sex. In my state, nothing changes. Also watch records, fall to boys. I'll still watch Monsters Class. Go to boys on my team. I still have to share a podium. Biological men.
We about to fact check this. First, if you mess with me, make sure that follow button. And this month we're celebrating Disability Pride Month. Let's get it. First, banning trans women from women's sports is not a win for women's sports. It's literally discriminating against a minority group. And the reasons for banning trans people from sports doesn't make any sense. One reason is that trans people are taking roster positions and scholarships away from cisgendered women. But if you just did some research, you would have realized that only 0.44% of athletes are transgender. Not to mention that there's more transgender boys playing high school sports than transgender girls. Not to mention that there's less than 10 trans people playing at a collegiate level, which goes to the next argument.
Look at all these Fruitopian cats they got. These are all of these niggas is Fruitopian. Every last one of these niggas that come on to the Fruitopian. Where's the, hey guys, hey, we don't need this laws. We don't need laws. Where's that motherfucker at? Yo, real quick, somebody said, I want to buy the hard copies, but the site doesn't allow me to purchase more than one. What? That's the email I had from the previous purchase. I don't know if that's still. No, it's the is realnagas@gmail is my email, but What you mean it doesn't allow you to purchase more than one hard copy? But the site doesn't allow me to purchase more than one. Are you serious? Are you sure? Hold on, hold on really quick. Oh, snap. You're right. It doesn't have a... You're right. It doesn't have a... It doesn't allow you to purchase more than one copy. I didn't know that. So that's something I have to fix. But if you want to buy two, if you want to buy two, though, just cash at me the money, and then plus the shipping and handling. So the shipping and handling is $12.99. These are big book. These are big ass packages. So just cash at me the money plus the shipping and handling, and I'll send it to you. You don't have to buy it from there. Make sure you cash at when you cash at me. Send me your address, and also send me the colors of the t-shirts that you want. All right. So really quick, while I'm paused real quick, everybody, the deal that he's buying is if you order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy, bam, right here. I have the Serious Rising sale going on because today is really about Serious Rising. It's not about the 4th of July. They just told you that. But I have the Serious Rising sale going on right now. So if you order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy, you get the whole Policed Out Law package for free. Know Your Rights Manual, Public Official Bonds book, the Constitutional Rights card, and Qualified Immunity card, but you get the brand new ones right here. These are the brand new ones with the Know Your Rights Foundation information on it. You can also get the Civil Rights Constitutional Rights card right here with the 3 constitutional or civil rights gods, and then boom. Oops. That's the new Qualified Immunity card right there with the Qualified Immunity notice. And you get 3 free t-shirts, Rapstrology 1, 2, and 3, or you get whatever t-shirt you want. Just got to let me know. So for at Mintu 1705, if you wanted to buy 2, you can't buy 2. You can cash at me, either buy one on the website and cash at me for the other one, or just send me the money for both of them with the shipping and handling. You got to give me the shipping and handling because I can't send it without that. But the shipping and handling, which is $12.99, and then I'll just send it to you. All right. And make sure you send me your information on the t-shirt, the colors of the t-shirts, and your address. All right. But this deal is only for today, everybody. Today and tomorrow. You get this plus the flashcards. You usually get 2 decks of flashcards, but I'm throwing in all 5 decks of flashcards. Police Stop flashcards 1 and 2, Law and Government flashcards 1 and 2, and the Supreme Court cases that backs up the law that you would use at a police stop. So all 5 decks of flashcards with the 3 t-shirts. So you see how much that's taken out of my pocket. That's why the deal is only for today and tomorrow. I'm not doing that for 2. That's only today and tomorrow. If you don't get it today and tomorrow, sucks for you. But so Mintu 1705. Again, you can buy one on the website, cash at me for the other one, or just send me the money for both of them on the Cash App. All right, everybody, let's get back to Skittle News and Fruitopia Central. What's going on? Hold on. I got to take this down. There it is. All right. Fruitopia world is going crazy. No laws for trans kids. No rights for trans kids. Ain't no such thing as a trans kid. That's a little kid you indoctrinating. That's a little kid you brainwashing.
Argument. Where's the evidence that trans people are dominating sports? That trans people are taking roster positions and scholarships away from cisgendered women. But if you just did some research, you would have realized that only 0.44% of athletes are transgender. Not to mention that there's more transgender boys playing high school.
And we don't want it to be more. again, when things go unchecked, that's how they grow. People act like, well, there's only a little bit of here. Yeah, that's all we want it to be, motherfucker. That's all we want it to be. We don't want it to be that. But nigga, that's all it's going to be. Because when things go unchecked, just like a child, when you let or anybody do anything to you, that's licensed for them to keep on doing it. So I don't want to hear this. It's only this. It's only that. There's barely any of this. There's barely any of that. They don't. Nuh-uh. And it's only going to be that. It ain't never going to get past that. It's only going to be a little bit. Not letting this shit get out of control. We're not letting you destroy the children and fuck their heads up. So by the time they get in their 30s and shit, they be wanting to jump off of buildings and shit because you done fuck their head up. Taking them away from the harmony of the universe and nature. Hell no, we're not doing that.
Cool sports and transgender girls. Not to mention that there's less than 10 trans people playing in a collegiate level, which goes to the next argument. Where's the evidence that trans people are dominating sports? Trans people are allowed to participate in the Olympics since 2004, until recently where they're banned from representing their country. But research shows that no trans person has won an individual sport in the Olympics. And before I continue, no, KYRF is not trans. In fact, the only transgender individual that made it to a U.S. team competing for a championship was Chris Mosier, a transgender man. Now, don't get it twisted. There are transgender athletes that's killing the game right now. We had Valentina Perciulio winning bronze in the 2023 Para-Athletic Championship in Paris, or Canadian midfielder Quinn, who actually was the first transgender to win a championship with their team in 2020. When will the world understand that trans rights is just human rights?
I actually do not give two fucks.
You have rights. You got all the right damn rights in the world of everybody else. You ain't a special person. You ain't some different species, fool. You have rights. Any rights that any human has. What are you talking about? Trying to carve out a special class for yourself and then get special rights. No, you don't get to do that. This is America, bitch. This is what John Amos. Go back to my John Amos. This is America, Jack. Don't make me go to my Coming to America, John Amos. This is America, Jack. Fuck that.
If trans girls are playing with cis girls in sports. And this is coming from somebody who has played ice hockey for 20 years out of her 23 years on this planet. You truly cannot look me in the eyes and convince me in any way, shape, or form that a 13-year-old trans girl going and playing girls' high school hockey is the end of the world. I'm sorry, it's just such a non-issue. Everyone always wants to talk about like the biological differences too. I'm sorry, what is the difference between a 5'8" trans girl and a 5'8" cis girl playing an organized sport like hockey, for example? Please tell me the difference. If there's a girl who hits puberty early and gains 20 pounds of muscle and gets 3 inches added to her height, should she be banned from playing with girls her age because they haven't hit that same puberty milestone? Is that really like, let's think logically about this. That would also make sense per the argument that trans girls are not allowed to play women's sports. So someone just make it make sense to me, because personally, I think it's fucking stupid.
Wait. So
what's the difference between a 5'8" woman and a 5'8" man? Are you stupid? See, this is people who I don't see what the problem is. Yeah, because you're not focused on it. It's not bothering you. So if it's not bothering me, it shouldn't be bothering anyone else. This is the problem with the Fruitopian mafia. It's all self-centered shit. They don't give a shit about nobody else, other than if they align with their politics. But they're not doing shit for the world. What are you doing for the world? Again, narcissism, excuse me. They're all narcissists. It's all about me. Me. They warming up for the goddamn opera. Me. They just operating the fuck off. Get your me ass. Again, if it's not happening to me, it's not happening to anyone else. Don't worry about your child being indoctrinated about the shit I do, even though I sensationalize it. And I know children are, they're excited by things of colors and sounds and happy pictures and all the rest of that shit, all the shit that they use to indoctrinate your kid. Cartoons, stars, and all the fun emojis. This is all the shit they use that are tailor-made to kids' brains that they pull them in with. So, hell no, we're not doing that. So, again, shout out to Supreme Court. Supreme Court. They did some good stuff. They did a couple of good things. Even though the birthright citizenship was bullshit, they should have, even though the people arguing for birthright citizenship, they didn't really want to get it banned, because Trump can't do, if Trump get it banned, then that takes out the Khazarians. The Khazarians can't do dual citizenship. which is their biggest ace in the hole, is that they're really vitriol, but they get to call themselves American, so they get to affect American politics. So if you do away with that, that's the Khazarians trumping, ace in the hole, the ace in the back pocket. So they didn't really want to do that, which is why the argument to get it taken out was so weak. The argument was so weak. The Supreme Court justices, they came in and they were guiding the lawyer, Trump's lawyer, on what the argument he should have come into the court with. Not that you shouldn't be arguing this damn definition of subject to the jurisdiction. Why the fuck are you come in and arguing that? That's stupid. You should be arguing the validity or viability and feasibility of the law itself. Is it timely? Is it outdated? Because the law came over 100 years ago when they was thinking this shit up. They couldn't possibly have thought about transportation being the way it is today, with airplanes and cars and all the rest of that. The only transportation back in those days was boats and locomotives. And locomotives couldn't get you from country to country. They could only take you around within their own country. So migration wasn't even fathomed the way it is today. It wasn't fathomed back then. It wasn't, they even thought about it. So that's the argument he should have went into court with. And that's the argument they told him. Like, look, dude, you should have came in here and said, like, they was kind of lowing it under this kind of code wording it and shit. Like, nigga, why didn't you come in here and say this law is old as shit? Everybody with it there. Nobody can deny that. Nobody can deny that the law is old as fuck. If you came in here with that argument, who can argue with that? Laws are timely. If a law is outdated, then it needs to be done away with. This law is outdated. The law is abused. It's detrimental to the country, even. Basically, people can come over here, have babies, take them back to the other country, indoctrinate them, then send them back over here to destroy the country. That was one of the dissents. So, again, birthright citizenship, that was the, it's for Khazarians. Yo, Third Eye Jedi, appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat.
May the force be with you.
That takes us to 237 for the day, everybody. 237. Let me see. Did somebody else say 247? Taylor, appreciate you. Or no, Talia. I think it's Talia. My bad. Talia. Thank you, Talia.
May the force be with you.
At 247 for today. So moving along. In the science and the weird. In the science and the weird, scientists build a cell from scratch. They created a cell without a human, without any human genetics, DNA. They created an actual living cell. Holy shit. We fucked now, y'all. If they can create a living cell, that's only a hop, skip, and a jump from creating a person from scratch. Not from cloning, from scratch. So check it out. So it says, scientists, well, you can see it right here. Scientists build a cell from scratch. Synthetic organism can feed, grow, copy its DNA, and divide in world's first breakthrough. Scientists have built a synthetic cell from scratch in a world first breakthrough that paves the way for creating entirely artificial forms of life. See? Oh shit. We are truly getting into Star Wars and Star Trek, y'all. This is crazy. The tiny blobs, dubbed spud cell, are about 50 times smaller than a normal bacterium and are made of microscopic water droplets encased in a fatty membrane. That bubble, hold on. That bubble is filled with enzymes, chemicals, and small snippets of DNA that allows Spud to perform some of the basic functions of life. So it does have some DNA. It's not completely artificial. They took some DNA from somewhere. According to its creators, this synthetic cell can now feed, grow, copy its DNA, divide, and even change over generations in a process resembling evolution. Oh, shit. This is not the first time that the scientists have attempted to make synthetic life, but unlike those earlier attempts, Spud Cell is entirely constructed from the ground up. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Here we go again. Scientists hope that cells could one day revolutionize medicine by acting like mini biological factories, pumping out medicines and other chemicals. Lead author Professor Kate Adamala of the University of Minnesota, Twin Cities, says we've replicated in chemistry what only used to be possible in biology, the complete set of behaviors of a cell. Oh, shit. It proves that the most fundamental functions of life, like growth and replication, do not need a mysterious magical spark. Now we're getting into Anunnaki territory. These niggas is getting close to the Anunnakis. When the Anunnakis created us on Mars, oh shit, they're getting close to the Anunnaki. Is this some of the Anunnaki technology? I don't know. They're still getting alien technology for sure. They're still getting alien technology. But is this part of it? Because how the hell did you get to the point where you can create a cell from scratch? God damn. Now they can just create artificial life forms and then merge those with other life forms and create new life. Oh, nigga, this is this is bad. We didn't want white people to get this goddamn science. These motherfuckers are crazy. Now we really about to have the Isle of Dr. Moreau. Y'all seen that? The Island of Dr. Moreau with Val Kilmer. Val Kilmer didn't even want to be in that movie. Shout out. And that was a damn good movie. Val Kilmer didn't even want to be in that shit. He was going through divorce and shit. Didn't even want to be in it. But that movie's dope. He said Splice 2.0. I haven't seen the movie Splice. Is it good? Yo, y'all put if I should watch the movie Splice, then put it in the chat. If y'all say it's good, then I may check it out after the live stream. Is Splice a good movie? Y'all let me know. But the Isle of Dr. Moreau is damn good. Let me tell you, the Isle of Dr. Moreau is off the chain. Oh, it is dope? You said the movie's dope? Okay, hell yeah. You said, all right, I got another hell yeah. What? He said, hell yeah. I said, what? Hell yeah. And part 2. I ain't seen none of them. God damn. Okay. Holy shit. Oh shit, my bad. I didn't mean to offend you with my not seeing the movie. My bad, bro. I didn't mean to offend you. They're like, what? Hell yeah. Oh shit. Is the Anunnaki hiring? I'm checking Indeed for jobs. Oh, y'all niggas is funny as shit. All right, moving along, still in the science and the weird. Make sure y'all hit those cash apps. We close to the goal. Not quite there yet. We're at 247 for today. 247. Let's keep them coming, everybody. And remember, Super Chat takes 30%. Just saying. So YouTube takes 30% when you Super Chat. So you might want to cash app. But here we go. So another in more science news, these niggas is going, they buck wilding, y'all. They buck wilding. Hold on, where is, oh, here it is. There it is. So more cells growing in the lab. These niggas is wilding out in the laboratory, y'all. So in the lab, after growing regular cells, they grew eye cells. Lab-grown eye cells offer fresh hope for millions at risk of blindness. They can make eyes. They can make eyes. Holy shit. Scientists say their breakthrough paves the way for continuous supply of retinal tissue. Basically, if they don't make your eyes, they can create the retinal tissue to repair your eyes. Like if you got nerve damage in the eye that prevents you from seeing, they can synthetically create another eye nerve, pull from that and give you another eye nerve. Holy shit. This is crazy, y'all. So it says a revolutionary technique to grow eye cells from scratch offers fresh hope for millions at risk of blindness. Scientists at Duke University, see, these are two different colleges. At these colleges, maybe how many actual monsters and clones they actually have underground in basements in these universities across the. That's all they do is experiments in these universities. They get funding from the government, a lot of it from the CIA, some from FBI, a lot of different intelligence agencies to do these experiments. Where they at? Where the goddamn experiment? I want to see them because nigga, y'all making eyes. Y'all they just underground in the laboratory making eyes. Says scientists at Duke University have discovered a way of coaxing adult cells to transform into specialized blood cells that are key for eye health. When injected into the eyes of mice with retinal disease, the lab-grown retinal endothelia cells integrated into damaged tissues and restored their function. Oh shit! Because a cell is just a program. Your body programmed your cell is just a regular program, like an algorithm, and your body tells that algorithm what to do, what to be. Usually, it's all preordained, right? What the cell will do. However, it's saying here they can take that cell because it's a retinal cell. It's coated with retinal. It has a retinal coating. It'll go in there and repair your retina because it's encoded to do that. Oh shit. Says when injected into the eyes of mice with retinal disease, the lab-grown retinal. Oh, I just read that. Hold on. The researchers say these cells could be the basis of new breakthroughs in treatments for vision loss, and eye disease. These specialized blood these specialized blood vessel tissues keep the eye healthy, but their degeneration leads to diabetic retinopathy. Wow. To diabetic retinopathy, a complication of diseases and the leading cause of vision loss in the UK. Labs currently rely on cells harvested from grown from real. Let me read that again. Goddamn. Labs currently rely on cells harvested and grown from real patients, making samples for research expensive and hard to come by. However, the researchers' innovative technique could change everything by allowing scientists to make their own retinal tissue on demand. Co-first author Parker Eswain says while there are sources of retinal endothelia cells being able to grow a continuous supply from scratch could offer many advantages for those working in the field. So I guess this is what your cells look like inside. This is the synapses. Is that the nerves? Is that the nerves? The nerve synapse? So this shit is getting crazy. Now, that may be good for me. Y'all don't know I have optical nerve damage. This eye right here has optical nerve damage. I was born with it. Also born with a lazy eye muscle, the damaged eye muscle. That's why the lid is low right there. So it's two different things: optical nerve damage and a lazy eye muscle. Now, come to find out, this is what my mother was told when we were first when I was born, that I had optical nerve damage in that eye. Then come to find out when I was like 13, I think 13 or 14, I went to have surgery to get my eyelid lifted. So they did surgery and put like some thread. They sewed on the inside of the muscle. They sewed like some thread into the eye and then linked it to the back of my head right here, and the eye lifted and some shit. It was crazy. So my eye was lifted for about a few months, but the lazy muscle was so strong it just fell back down or whatever. But when I got that surgery, the doctor looked at my eye and said, why, they was talking about why I had bad vision in the eye. And then my mom told them that the doctor said I had optical nerve damage. And they said, no, he doesn't. So the doctor, when I was born, said I had optical nerve damage. All I had to do was wear a patch on this eye, the good eye. This eye would have developed. But because it was so long, it was years, it went without developing. Then the nerves and everything in it atrophied, and it was dead. It was dead by that time. Not really dead. I can still see like a little bit out of it, about 20 feet, 30 feet in front of me. But so this may be your boy. Your boy may be getting hooked up, baby. I'm just saying, your boy may be getting hooked up, baby. Now I don't really need it. I've been God without it this whole time, so I don't really need it. But for the people who are like me, though, who aren't able to God off in spite of, shout out to y'all. Y'all might be getting some remedy coming. Yo, appreciate your brother Dwayne Hicks. Thank you, bro.
May the force be with you.
Appreciate you, brother. Got us over the hump. Don't stop donating, baby. Don't stop donating. Y'all know that song. Don't stop donating. The reason that's in my head, I heard that's what Kobe listened to the whole playoffs or the whole season when he won his first championship without Shaq. He just every game that nigga went with that song in his head. Don't stop believing. And shout out to Cole. We're going to talk about it in a minute, but thank you. Appreciate you, Dwayne. Thank you, brother. So moving along. The Hadron Collider. Some shit going on. They say they about to turn that bitch off. Why? Why did they just all of a sudden decide to turn off the Hadron Collider? All of a sudden. Why are they doing that? I don't know. So here we go. Large Hadron Collider is shut down by CERN ahead of major upgrades to make it even more powerful. These niggas is crazy. Now remember, there's Agenda 2030. Remember, there was Agenda 20. It was Agenda 2021 at first. Then they got pushed back. So now it became Agenda 2030. We're supposed to take over the whole world by 2030, right? Now they're shutting this thing down for 4 years to make it more powerful and crank that bitch on in 2030. What's going to happen when they crank this bitch back on? What has happened already? Have we slipped into alternate universes already? Very similar to the ones we were in, but slightly different. Ed McMahon, Mandela, and all the rest of this. That Mandela effect could possibly be a result of them turning on that CERN. That CERN Hadron Collider. And they slipped us into an alternate universe. And we may be sliding in and out, back and forth. You never know. We can be sliding back and forth between universes. In and out. Based on your decisions. Your choices. So, what the hell is going to happen when they turn this bitch back on in 2030? I mean, they're going to open up a straight up wormhole, a real wormhole we can see? Who knows? Let's see. The Large Hadron Collider, which is the LHC, the world's most powerful atom smasher, was switched off on Monday ahead of major upgrades. Monday night, ahead of major upgrades. After running one last experiment, what was that? What was that one last experiment? After running one last experiment, the particle accelerator has now entered a 4-year-long shutdown period. But the LHC won't be gone for good, as scientists say it will return in its most powerful form ever. We don't want it. You can keep it. We can do whatever the Hadron Collider can do, you can do it yourself. That's with your consciousness. This is just a fraction of what your consciousness can do. The collider is expected to fire up again in 2030, having been upgraded to become the high luminosity LHC. High! The high Lumi. It says this long shutdown period is all in service of increasing the collider's luminosity, or how many particle collisions it creates per second in a given area. God damn. Once the upgrade is complete, CERN expects the high Lumi to have 10 times more luminosity and allow scientists to collect around 100 times more data. It's only going to be brighter, guys. That's it. They're just only turning up the light. It's going to take you 4 years to turn up the lights on this bitch. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to? It's not going to take you 4 years to put some new lights on this bitch. They are so full of shit. So, no, it's not going to do that. It says the total cost of the upgrades is expected to come in around whoa, God. All these starving people, and you making aesthetic upgrades to your damn doomsday machine for $1.5 billion, paid for by CERN membership fees. Oh, this is privately paid for, and in-kind contributions from the U.S., Japan, Canada, and China. So this is multicultural. However, despite the astronomical price tag, scientists believe this investment is key to uncovering the universe's most fundamental secrets. Yeah. No. How about we just say, no. I'm just going to say no. Okay? I'm just going to say no. 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 I'm good. Either one, pick any one of those. Pick any one of those. I'm straight. Just don't believe everything these sick MFs say. Say ever never family. They're not worthy. Their resume is all garbage. Oh, you must be. I don't know what y'all talking about in there. They're going to fuck around and find out. Yep. They're going to turn that bitch on, and aliens are about to step right through that bitch. And then try to take over the whole world. Some aliens going to step through that bitch. Hey, y'all seen Avengers? That's what they doing with Avengers. That happened in Avengers. Holy shit. That's the plot of Avengers, y'all. Remember? What was his name? Damn. God damn. It was man, what's that nigga name? It was Hawkeye and God damn, what's that nigga name? I don't forgot my nigga name. He the only nigga in the show. He the only nigga in the whole goddamn well, not the only nigga, but Sam Jackson. I forgot Sam Jackson's name. I feel so embarrassed. I'm ashamed. Sam Jackson. No, Sam Jackson. And goddamn. Oh my God. Nigga, I can't believe I forgot Sam. I ain't seen Avengers in a minute. But goddamn. I cannot believe I forgot Sam Jackson. Put Sam Jackson's name in there in Avengers. Nick Fury. Thank you. Goddamn. I cannot believe I cannot remember Nick Fury for nothing. But Nick Fury and Hawkeye, they were working on something like a Hadrian Collider type of thing with another scientist, with the scientist from Thor. And they opened the goddamn portal and Loki came through and killed everybody. Y'all remember that shit? Loki came through, killed up everybody. That's what's gonna happen. I don't want to say that. I don't want to say niggas come through and start killing people, but goddamn, sir, I've seen this script. I read this script already, sir. It happened in Avengers. Loki came through and killed everybody, and then almost fucking destroyed the world, bringing in a whole goddamn alien army. I don't think we want that. I don't think we want that right there. Just saying. Just saying. So moving along. Dealing with AI. Just really quick. So this AI bubble is about to burst, everybody. AI bubble is about to burst. Ain't that how to say it in Boston? Boist. It's about to boist. But this AI bubble is done because they a bunch of companies fired all their people and tried to replace them with AI, but then found out AI sucks. So Ford just had to rehire veteran engineers after AI failed to match their skills and experience. AI bubble is about to crash. This shit is over. AI is going to be smarter than humans in the next year. Get the fuck out of here. We are connected to the source. AI is not. We will always be connected to the source, which means we will always have an advantage over AI forever and ever. Where's that from? Forever. Anybody remember that? You gangster if you remember that. Forever. So if you remember that, put it in the chat. But they figured, oh shit, we gotta hire niggas back. So yeah, Sandlot, you got it. You got it. Dred Hendricks, you got it. That's funny. Y'all be knowing y'all shit, man. Y'all be knowing your movies. That's what's up. So Ford has revealed it was forced to call veteran engineers out of retirement after AI failed to match their skills and experience. Excuse me, expertise. Sorry. I keep saying it. Over the past few years, the U.S. car maker has increasingly relied on artificial intelligence across engineering and manufacturing operations, including for quality checks. And that means, is it safe? Now, we definitely want human eyes making sure the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. Don't mean trusting in AI to make sure this shit is safe. Fuck that. But it has admitted to retiring more than 300 experienced engineers. Instead of saying fire them, they retired them. Nicknamed the Graybeards, to help improve the reliability of its vehicles, according to Bloomberg. Artificial intelligence is a fantastic tool, but it's only as good as the information you use to train it, Charles Poon, vice president, blah, 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 said. Over prior years, we didn't pay as much attention as we should have to the experience of our most knowledgeable engineers, that have been with us through many through many product cycles. Last year, the company's chief operating officer, Kumar Galhotra, said the firm was deploying AI across the entire industrial system. But Mr. Poon said the company has relied too heavily on automation and that its AI-driven checks have failed. What? Failed to live up to expectations. Mistakenly, we thought that by just introducing artificial intelligence and ingesting the design requirements that we had, that would produce a high quality product. The veteran engineers now help train Ford's AI systems as well. That's like, I wouldn't train. If I'm coming back, I'm not training AI. I'm not coming back to train your AI. No, I will train humans. I'm not training your AI. You're not going to fire 300 of us, then bring us back to train the motherfucking thing that you fired us for to make that better so you can fire us again. Hell no. I will train humans. That's it. I'm Ace Ventura, bitch. no, Ace Ventura said, I don't do humans. But right now, I only do humans. I'm reverse Ace Ventura. Ace Ventura didn't do humans. He didn't do detecting for humans. But I'm only about the humans. So Ford can EAD. That's what I would tell them if I was those engineers. You can EAD. I'm not coming back. Why am I coming back? No, I ain't coming back. Fuck you, bitch. No, I ain't coming back, motherfucking bitch. Hell no, I ain't coming back. Oh ass motherfucker. So fuck Ford. Then last thing I got, this is in the health news real quick. Because this has been our lifestyles since the introduction of Google. So really quick, just make sure if you're one of these people, make sure you get up and do your stuff. Every hour spent sitting down increases the risk of cancer by nearly 1/10. 1/10. So it's 10%. Each extra hour sitting down may raise your risk of deadly cancer, a study suggests. The average American spends between 6 and 10 hours a day sitting and engaging in sedentary behaviors like watching TV or working at a desk. Scientists has long shown that sedentary behavior raises the risk of obesity and diabetes, heart disease, and osteoporosis. Now, researchers in Scotland have found sitting may lead to a higher chance of developing and dying of multiple forms of cancer. The team combined through health data from nearly 100,000 adults who were actively monitors for a week and were then followed for more than a decade after. A decade? God damn. This is a 10-year study. Holy shit. They found that prolonged sedentary behavior, spending at least 90% of 30 minutes interval sitting, was linked to a 3% higher risk of developing cancer and a 9% greater chance of dying from the disease. And the risk of cancers linked to obesity, such as pancreatic and colon cancer, increased by 5%. Now, this is the caveat. They'll tell you all that gloom and doom, but then this is the real shit. This is why I put this up here. However, the team also found replacing just 30 minutes of sitting a day with light exercise like walking was associated with an 18% lower chance of dying from cancer. So sitting increases your chance of dying from cancer by 9%, but exercising for only 30 minutes a day decreases that by 18 to 20%. So it doubles the chances of you double the chance of not dying just by 30 minutes of working out, getting off your ass. So they tried to make it seem like, oh my God, you're sitting down, you're gonna die. But if you just get up and walk your ass around for 30 minutes a day, it doubles the chance of not getting cancer. Or it doubles the chance of not getting cancer as much as sitting does, right? So people, get off your motherfucking and just so we're clear, you don't have to do 30 minutes of exercise a day. You can kind of, do an average. You can, like, if you work really hard and work out really hard and super intense, like a HIIT workout, like I do double in my workout. My workout's about an hour and 20 minutes, but I do 2 20-minute HIIT workouts within that hour, nonstop, meaning I'm moving each 20 minutes. I'm moving nonstop for 20 straight minutes. Super high intensity lifting, jumping, push-ups, kickboxing, 20 minutes apiece. And that's 2 exercises. I do them twice in a row. 1 20 minutes, sit down, rest for about 5 minutes, boom, get and start up a whole nother one for 20 minutes. That's the equivalent of working out for 30 minutes a day for a whole week. Just that one exercise, because of how intensely, in the intensity of my workout and how intensely I'm working out. So increase the intensity of your workout. You can decrease the the frequency of the workout. So get off your lazy asses, basically is what I'm saying. Get off your motherfucking ass. They call them Kev Fit Online. You stupid. Oh, my workouts is crazy. I work out at LA Fitness with the homie, and he only works out with me because these are boot camp workouts. I used to have a boot camp. I had the first outdoor boxing boot camp in all of Los Angeles. Started in 2009. First boxing boot camp, outdoor boxing boot camp, and all really indoor too. There was no boxing boot camps in Los Angeles. Somebody did incorporated boxing within their, like a little boxing 5-minute boxing section in their boxing routine and boot camp, but it was inside. So that's why I say I didn't start the first. They technically had some boxing in their boot camp, but it wasn't a boxing boot camp. I'm the first boxing boot camp in Los Angeles, outside or actual inside. So the homie that I work out with, he was in that boot camp. So we work out now in LA Fitness. And when we work out in front of the boxing bags, in the boxing area. So we do these super high intensity workouts, which involve kickboxing, Muay Thai. So we hit the bag, boom, jump the bag, do push-ups, do lift weight. We going crazy. Everybody in there don't want to fuck with us. No one wants to fuck with us. They see the workouts that we do. I invite everybody I go because I have to go to the weight section to get the weights and take them to the section. Every time I'm over there, I ask every bodybuilder, super weightlifter over there, yo, come on, work out with it. Nigga, oh no, I'm good, my nigga. Oh no, I'm straight, my nigga. No, no, I'm good, bro. I'm good, man. You guys are crazy over there, man. You guys are so crazy. Actually, some dude walked up to me at the grocery store and said, man, are you that guy to be doing those crazy workouts at the gym? Oh man, you guys are nuts, man. You're awesome. But hey, man, I'm like, I've never seen that dude. Which shows me that niggas just be watching us in the gym from across the gym. Like, so shit is crazy. So get off your ass, do super high intensity workouts, which called high interval intensity workouts. That's called a HIIT workout. And you don't have to do 30 minutes of working out a day. You can kind of taper it off. So moving along, last thing I got in nigga news. Hold on one second, guys. All right. So last thing I got in nigga news. The nigga news. That's a shout out to Paul Mooney. He said one day he just wants some nigga news. He just wants to turn on and see 2 little tap dancing shoes saying the nigga news. Tap, 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 the nigga news. So we're in nigga news. Shout out to Paul Mooney. No diddy. So racist white crypto Jew Jake Lang shows up at the BET Awards and didn't go too well. Let's just say Jake Lang, remember the Khazarian white supremacists I've been talking to y'all about, the Khazarian white supremacists showed up. He showed up to the wait a minute, if I can find the video. Let me find the video because it's beautiful. Hold on, where did it go? Where's my video? God damn it. Oh man. Oh, here it is. All right. So he showed up to the BET Awards. Now he showed up he went to the World Cup game before that and was shitting on people, talking crazy, racist, just antagonizing people. And these are people from out of the country, so they weren't messing with him. A lot of white people not messing with him or whatever, right? So they left him alone, pretty much. They let him antagonize him and whatever. Right? Let him do whatever he wanted to do. So then he decided, after that, let me go to the BET Award, because he actually put it out on his tweet, on the Twitter or whatever, that he was gonna go do that. He was gonna go to, and he called all the white men and straight white men in America who was tired of black fatigue and all the rest of that. We're gonna go to the BET Awards and we're gonna tell them we're tired of black people and blah 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 blah, blah, right? He was gonna do all that, right? But all this with his white army. He's gonna show up with his white army. But let me tell you niggas something. LA is LA for a reason. You got gangsters around the world. You got Bloods and Crips around the world for a reason. That shit started here. I know you're gonna say, well, no, it started in Chicago. Nah, it started in LA. The real gangster Bloods and Crips that the world is in love with now, the hood world. Let's say the hood world is in love with now. That started right here in LA, bitch. That got famous because of Colors. That was the first movie to export gang banging, LA gang banging was Colors. And then the movie of all movies after, well, no, not the movie. So after that was Boys in the Hood. So you had Colors, you had Boys in the Hood, and then the movie of all movies, Menace to Society, with the boy Chauncey. What up, Chauncey? Yeah, Nick. Hey, yeah, nigga. Hey, he taught us a new way to say the word nigga in Chauncey in Menace to Society. Yeah, Nick. It won't be funny when 5-0 get hold of this tape, Nick. He say nigga, don't cut it off. He say Nick. He don't even say nigga. He say, hey, yeah, Nick. Yeah, Nick. So shout out to Chauncey. Taught me a new way to say the word Nick. So that me and the homie Zoe, we laugh at that all the time. We say nigga that way because of Menace to Society. Because that's how we say nigga to each other. Hey, what up, Nick? So he went to the BET Awards in LA, the place that exported gangbanging around the world, and didn't go too great. Let's just say didn't go too great for the buddy. Shout out to my people in LA. We don't play, we don't fuck around. LA don't play, nigga. Let me tell you right now, LA does not play.
One of Chubb's racist homies came to LA with all that playing and got sent to the hospital. Bro came to LA on BET weekend to incite violence and antagonize black folks and got everything he asking for, but now he on social media playing victim, and now white supremacists are crying about what black folks did to him over the weekend. These white supremacists are really soft, man. They not living like that. They not like that. Bro felt the hands of the ancestors yesterday and said it was a near-death experience, man. Oh, cuz. When they announced this clown was coming to LA, the white supremacists were online.
Even him, he ain't even from LA. He talking about, oh, cuz. See, y'all, the world says cuz right now because of LA. What up, cuz? Yeah, what up, cuz? The world says cuz right now. First of all, it just feels good to say it. What up, cuz? Nigga, just say it one time. You ain't even got to be a gangbanger. You ain't got to be a ganger, but just say cuz. That's it, feel good. Hey, what up, cuz? So even this nigga, he knows what LA is really about.
Line celebrating a They not living like that. They not like that. Bro felt the hands of the ancestors yesterday and said it was a near-death experience, man. Oh, cuz. When they announced this clown was coming to LA, the white supremacists were online celebrating and talking about this like he was bringing real smoke. In his initial announcement that he's coming to LA, Jake Lang wrote, "We're leading a massive boycott with hundreds of crusaders or racist white nationalists outside the BET Awards in Los Angeles this weekend. We will stand up against the degenerate black culture that is destroying America." People like Ian Mouse Chong was gassing this dude head up like he was bringing the smoke to black folks. Ian Mouse Chong wrote, "It doesn't look like Jake Lang and his supporters are backing down. Expect LA to look like the summer of Floyd in 2020. They were gassing this up as if this was going to be an all-out war, and Jake Lang was bringing the soldiers, the warriors. I don't know what they thought LA was. Boy, even the grandmamas are G-homies, man. The grandmamas is gangsters. Yo, the grandmamas will give Jake Lang a run for their money. I'm talking about just straight up scrapping.
We don't
Jake Lang ain't beating up a grandmama from South Central. Is you crazy?
We don't play around.
So I don't know what they thought LA was. I thought because he got away with it in Texas, because the black folks who was present in Texas didn't hold him accountable when he was yelling, hang that 17-year-old black boy Carmelo Anthony from a tree, when he was yelling things like F black mothers, when he was saying the N-word, when he was disrespecting black women to black people's faces, and the men that were present did a whole lot of puffing and didn't hold him accountable. Now, their excuse was the police was there. Okay, cool. Now, regardless of your reason why y'all allowed that white man to disrespect all black mothers to y'all faces and y'all ain't do a goddamn thing, regardless of your reason why, y'all got Jake Lang with a battery in his back. Y'all got him feeling like we all sweet now. But when he got to LA, this brother right here was waiting for him. This brother was waiting to take that battery out of his back, man. Now, I don't know this brother's name, right? But we gonna call him the OG Baby Loc, cuz this brother, this brother.
We gonna call him OG Baby Loc, cuz. See, look how he talking. This is all LA gangster slang. It has been exported to the rest of the world. He said OG Baby Low Cuz, and we're going to call him OG Baby Low Cuz.
Stood on some business. This brother did some straightening on behalf of his community, and I want to applaud this brother right here. There were only two main characters in the story, right? OG Baby Low Cuz, who is the hero, obviously, and then Jake Lang, who is the villain. But his brother laid some straightening down on that white boy, man. When he got to L.A., he delayed his butt whooping by a couple of hours. He said he was coming to L.A. to go to the BET Award weekend, to go to the Peacock Theater and lead this boycott and protest against black folks. So they were waiting for him at the Peacock Theater, right? But he evaded it and eluded, right, and delayed his butt whooping by a couple of hours. Instead, he started off his L.A. tour by going to the Canada World Cup game and, to engage in xenophobia and disrespect Indians.
We are live here outside the World Cup game in Los Angeles, where Canada has been invaded by Indians. The capital of Canada is now Mumbai. This is the future of Canada. The future of Canada. The great replacement of the Americas. Stop the Indian invasion. Amen. Stop the Indian invasion of Canada. Freedom of speech, gun rights. What happened? You guys were a great country. They took everything from you.
Katy Perry's boyfriend did that.
Yeah, I know. What do you think about an Indian invasion of Canada with all the Indians flooding in? Do you think that they can assimilate and it's changing the demographic too rapidly?
You want my honest opinion?
Yeah, of course.
I don't know if I can give it.
Are you uncomfortable with the amount of immigration happening in Canada? I'm sorry. We're really, as Americans that also had our open border during the 4 years of Joe Biden, we feel your pain because we've been literally invaded by 20 million.
And I were a kid. Think about first grade. Think about your classroom. Think about your playmates. Now think about Canada today. Totally different.
It's a total different. Yeah. For me, it was probably like 50%.
Yeah.
But now it's like 99.
Man, this felt like stalling, bro. He not from Canada. Why do you care about Canada's immigration policy? You don't. This felt like stalling, man. You knew that butt whooping was awaiting you after all that popping that you did online. So you was doing everything in your power to delay it, man. This is like when you get in trouble.
Hey, Poetic Flacco funny as fuck sometimes, nigga. He said OG Baby Lip Baby Crip Cut. Hey, Poetic Flacco funny sometimes. Sometimes he with the bullshit, but nigga, a lot of times he funny as shit.
In school and they call home and you realize that when you get home, you got to deal with your parents. And for the first time in your life, you start praying the school clock slows down, man. They call home at 11 a.m. and school.
So let's get to the ass whooping. He talking the whole time.
Great clown activities, bro. This has to be a code. Because how does Jake Lang convince someone to show up?
So this is supposed to be his bodyguard. This is the nigga bodyguard outside the theater. He's supposed to protect you from all the ass whooping in LA that's about to come your way. Okay.
Put themselves in this situation. The dude who's his security is this dude right here in the black suit and the shades. That's his security guard. That's the guy that Jake Lang brought to protect him and be his shield. Whoever that dude is in the black suit, bro, you got no business being security for anybody, bro. Security should be the last option for your occupation, bro. The little homies had you running. Little bro, like the kid couldn't be no more than 18, 19 years old, man. Had the security running for his life. Bro, you is 5'4" with a booty. You got no business securing a goddamn thing, man. Go secure a pole or something, man. Yo, this man is 100 yards away, man. Still looking back, man. Paranoid, bro. The little homies ran you off? You didn't even meet no soldiers yet, bro. You met the children. The children ran you off, man. Once they got done with the security guard, man, that brother, OG Baby Low Crip, he took Jake Long behind the black SUV, man. And all we saw was bing, bump, bing, bump, bing, bump, bing. The type of scam you wouldn't understand. This man thought L.A. was like anywhere he ever been before, man.
What up, nigga? Hey, what up, nigga?
I don't know OG Baby Low situation. I don't know if bro on probation, so we go fast forward. But when you look through the SUV, through the tents, you see big.
I promise you a couple of them Chauncey niggas came out. What up, nigga? Hey, what up, nigga? What up, nigga? What up, nigga? Oh, yeah, a whole bunch of them Chauncey niggas from came out. What up, nigga? Oh, shit.
Bump, bing, bump, bing, bump, bing. Type of scam you wouldn't understand. What happened to the Crusader? Where was the Crusading?
Well, yeah,
how you let your jaws get tested like that, man? I was expecting the Crusader to do some crusading, man. Oh, you thought it was sweet, huh? Now, here's the thing. This coward begins to actively walk towards the police. These hoes, man. These hoes. Bro then spots the police, not even police. He spots traffic officers and begins to run to the traffic officers for them to save him.
What up? What up? What up? Get the sign out of here, fool. They took his time.
Oh, OG Baby Low Crip is laying down some straight there, man.
I don't condone or suggest you do any of that. That's assault. What he just did, he can get arrested for. Not in LA. They don't arrest you for nothing in LA no more. Goddamn. Honestly, nigga, LA, you can get away with anything in LA as far as the cops. Cops are not a problem in LA no more. Honestly, it just not. Unless you do some crazy, egregious shit in LA no more, cops ain't doing nothing to your ass in LA no more. So he ran to that cop for help. Them cops wasn't about to help him. Them cops wasn't about to help him one bit.
He's giving some straight into that white boy. But OG, baby, low crib cut. OG, tap in with me, OG. I got a blessing. Hey, somebody tell OG tap in with me, man. I got a blessing for OG, man.
He's an OG. I love he called OG baby low crib cut. OG baby low crib cut. Yo, real quick, Transcendental and Brandon Terry. Hold up, did I miss anybody? And Brandy Terry and Tammy. Appreciate you guys for the cash apps. Thank you guys.
May the force be with you.
Thank you guys for the cash app.
This amount of straightening has to be acknowledged, man. If anybody recognize who OG baby low crib cut is, man, tell them tap in with me, man. All right, tap in with your boy. I got a blessing because OG he gave some straightening, man. That was a mean right hook. That was a mean right hook, man. So y'all see, that hook was stiff. When you throw it, here's the misconception, okay?
I swear to God, this nigga had me dying when I first saw this shit. This nigga had me rolling. You got OG baby low crib cut. Hey, nigga, for real, in LA, we don't fuck around in LA. We whoop ass, nigga. This is the reason we have exported ass whooping around the world. You understand? We don't play around this bitch. Nigga, we will decapitate your ass. Allegedly. We will allegedly decapitate you around this bitch. Just saying.
When you throwing a hook, a lot of y'all throw your hooks loose. Nah, okay? You gotta keep it in this pot. Stiff. Oh, OG baby low crib. Stiff. Oh, that white boy chin. Oh, that white boy chin didn't see it coming, man. All right? Now this coward, instead of, scrapping, right, throw your doors up, instead of doing some crusading, he did some telling, all right? In real time. Ran to the traffic officers. Now, I ain't never seen nothing like this before in my life, okay? By the end of this, what we saw, okay, is this man.
LA not killing niggas like that. LA is run by a bunch of socialist women, communist women. They think at a police stop, you should have a social worker. They're about to implement that shit in LA. For traffic stops and shit, you're gonna get a traffic worker, you're gonna get a social worker for your traffic stops and shit. They're about to do that shit. Look, LA is Fruitopia Central, woke central, socialist central, communist central. They call it California. So in that aspect, they don't be fucking with niggas like that no more. Seriously, I'm telling you, unless you do some egregious, crazy shit, they not fucking with niggas like that. I'm telling y'all, they don't do it. They don't fuck with niggas like that no more.
Running to the police and the police running away from him. Bro tried to tell and they had no interest. They trying to hear him out, man. Hold on, sir. Is this your security on all faults again? This is nasty work, man. This is one of the nastiest works I've seen in a minute, man. Y'all travel 2,000 miles to go out this high? What happened to the crusading, man? All I see is crawling on me. All I see is crawling and running. I don't see enough crusading.
Get your bitch ass out of LA. Yeah, nigga. Get your bitch ass out of here. Oh, he called it too. You heard it in the back. He said, bitch ass nigga. He called it. Hey, I said it too. Homeboy in the back called it. He said, bitch ass nigga. Nigga, LA don't. You understand? Do y'all understand now? LA is not to be fucked with. You come to LA, you will get mangled. You will get Bangladeshed in this bitch. You understand? Not Bangladesh. You will get Bangladeshed in this bitch. That's a new word, y'all. Y'all can use it. Bangladesh. You want to whoop somebody's ass? You want to destroy somebody? They're gonna get Bangladeshed. So moving along. He's an OG low crip cut. Baby low OG crip cut. Oh, that shit was funny, nigga. Yeah, me dying. OG baby low crip cuz. From the fake white supremacists, nigga. You ain't You ain't no crusader. And remember, when they say crusader, they know what they're talking about. They know the Crusades was white Christians against black Muslims. They know this. They know the Crusades was Caucasian Christians against melanated Muslims. They know that. So whenever you see the word, hear the word crusade or crusader or shit like that, that's a code word. Meaning we about to go to war with niggas again. That's what that means. So moving along from OG, baby low OG Crip Cud. OG Crip Cud. So now that the Carmelo Anthony video has come out, or now that he's gotten a new team, he's gotten a new team. Some stuff is coming out about the Metcalf dude, the Metcalf brothers. So I don't have all the audio. Let me see if I can find the audio, because I've been watching a lot of videos this week, so a lot of them got mixed up with other videos. Oh, real quick, this is the Sirius Gateway. I forgot to show y'all this birth. So July 4th is about the Sirius Gateway.
From July 3rd to 7th, we enter the Sirius Gateway, a celestial energy portal that activates as the sun aligns with the powerful star Sirius. This event will bring heightened frequencies and spiritual uplift. Sirius is the brightest star in the night sky and was regarded by ancient civilizations as the spiritual sun, representing a connection to divine wisdom, abundance, and higher consciousness. During the gateway, high-frequency light codes and cosmic downloads will flow in through Sirius, activating DNA upgrades, heart awakenings, and our multidimensional higher selves. Take this time to deepen your connection with your core, as the gateway will influence your nervous system, intuition, and cellular memory. This powerful cosmic alignment opens the intuitive channel and activates your soul mission.
Oh. What are you doing? So, God damn. All right, so that's the Sirius Gateway. Today is a good day to fast. Oh man, it's a terrible day to fast. It's a terrible day to fast. So, so the bullies, stuff is coming out about the bullies. There was an interview with the mom that came out. Trying to see if I can find that interview.
I'll bet you they didn't. I will bet you. I'm going to bet that they did not. This thing is a whole sham from beginning to end.
So for sure, motion to suppress. There was no Miranda rights read immediately when you're called.
So these are two lawyers. These ladies are two lawyers. Shout out to these ladies. I think her channel is called The Public Opinion, The Public Opinion Court or something like that. And I forgot. I don't know her, but they both these ladies are breaking it down. If you see this right here. Let me see. I'll put the link in the chat, actually. Go watch this video. These ladies break it down. So this one right here on the left, she's a former prosecutor turned defense attorney, and then then she does some other stuff now. But she knows both sides. She knows what both sides are supposed to do. She knows every aspect, all of it. She kills it. She's breaking it down. She talks about how this whole case is messed up, how the defense messed the whole case up. So, but then she's another attorney, a trial attorney too, and she just breaks down a lot of the stuff that went bad. So I suggest you guys go watch these two ladies because they really give a good breakdown. But so watch this right here. So this is this is an enhanced video of the fight with Carmelo. And so the dude who did the enhanced video, his name is No Captivity. You should go subscribe to No Captivity. He's been the foremost dude breaking down the Carmelo Anthony case since the verdict. Again, his name is No Captivity. Niggas annoying as shit. He always get no captivity and always pushing. Goddamn, he has a whole bunch of shit that he pushes, plays music over the damn talking. But the nigga is very smart, and he knows what's going on. And he has a lot of people, lawyers and stuff behind the scenes that he's bringing to the show to break down the case. So then he's also an audio video engineer. So he's able to enhance video and audio on the video. So he did that on the video, on the audio. I'm not going to show you the audio one. I'm just going to show you the video enhanced one. But on the audio one that he enhanced, Carmelo said that I'm not guilty. Carmelo, because they kept trying to say he admitted it. He kept saying that but he said on the audio, I'm not guilty. He said he put his hands on me. I'm not guilty. It was self-defense. Then he said something like to the terms of when he said, I know I'm not guilty, it was self-defense. Then he said something else. Hold on, but what was the other thing he said? Oh, I was protecting myself. That's the other thing he said. I was protecting myself. So that shows self-defense. That none of that got entered into the case. That part of the video didn't get entered into the case where he said, I was protecting myself and I know I'm not guilty. It was self-defense. He said that. And they kept trying to make it seem like he admitted to the guilt. He knew he was killing them. He admitted to guilt and all that shit. No, he didn't do any of that. And the defense was supposed to bring all of this in. Why didn't the defense bring all of this shit into the case? Well, it came out that the defense attorney was a goddamn partner in a law firm with the goddamn prosecutor. The defense attorney was a partner in the law firm. When I say partner in the law firm, not a minor partner, they were major partners. Both of their names were on the plaque, on the firm. They were both major partners in the law firm together. Again, Carmelo Anthony's defense attorney and the prosecutor. That's a conflict of interest like a motherfucker right there. You're not going to go hard at the dude that's your homie. What the fuck? You're not going to go hard on him, asking him for discovery. Because just so we're clear, when in discovery, when they're supposed to give up evidence, the defense and the prosecutor only has to give up evidence that you ask for, or that's exculpatory, meaning evidence that will exonerate and this is on the prosecution side, evidence that will exonerate the defense. If the prosecution has evidence that will free or show that he's not guilty, they have to give that up automatically. This video is part of that, which is why they kept altering the video. This is why they didn't introduce the whole video. They had to alter it because the video exonerates Carmelo. So we're going to show a couple of parts of the video that came out that they didn't show in court, or the enhanced part of it, because they do have the 4K version. They downgraded the quality of the video so that they didn't have to show it, and it was up to the defense attorney to say, no, challenge that. No, where's the real tape? He didn't do none of that stuff. He didn't challenge any of it. Now they're saying that he knew that they were going to railroad him. He knew that the fix was in because of the jury. They didn't have any black people on the jury, so he was just setting it up for an appeal. He knew he wasn't going to be able to get him off, so he was just setting everything up for an appeal. He didn't even do that great, but he did preserve the appeal by objecting to not having any black people on the jury. So now that they showed the whole video, again, the prosecutor and defense attorney were friends. Not only friends, business partners in a goddamn law firm together. Then it comes out that the father, Jeff Metcalf, this nigga sold the judge his house. Jeff Metcalf is a realtor. He has a commercial and everything. He has a whole commercial and everything. He sold the judge his house. How is that not a goddamn conflict of interest? Got a fucking real estate, got a commercial where he talks about it. So the commercial was in here. I didn't get the commercial by itself. They showed the commercial in one of these live streams that I have. I went through so many live streams. I don't know if I'll be able to find it and go through, because all the live streams were like 2 and 3 hours. Some was 6 hours and shit. I'm like, God damn, I gotta watch all this shit. But I know y'all saying that about me, but I don't give a goddamn. All this information gotta be told. But so Now that was a part of it. Then on top of all of that, the divorce. So Jeff Metcalf and his wife, who got divorced, the parents of the kids, they got divorced. Guess who handled the divorce? The judge who handled the divorce in the case was the wife of the prosecutor. So everybody know everybody. This is a conflict of interest. This is the definition, the very definition of conflict of interest. The defense attorney, former partners and friends with the prosecutor, business partners. The prosecutor's wife handled the divorce of the mother and father of the deceased victim. The dad sold the judge his goddamn house. Are you crazy? How the hell do you want to jump in? You don't object to any of this shit. Well, because the prosecutor didn't want to shine any light on he had connection to the case and maybe railroading Carmelo Anthony. So all of this shit came out. So check this out. This is an enhanced video of what happened under the tent by, again, go check him out, Freezy at No Captivity. So check it out.
That someone unlawfully shoved another person. Assault. Potentially, yes. Aggravated assault. Not necessarily. It would depend on additional facts. Felony murder. Not based solely on a misdemeanor shove.
Put a one in the chat if you see them.
Watch this.
Put a one in the chat if you see them. Do y'all see the one in the chat if you see them? Do y'all see the punches?
Now, initially, when they saw this, they thought this guy, the person going backwards, was Carmelo. That's not Carmelo. Watch.
Put a one in the chat if you see them.
See them two going back and forth? That's not Carmelo. Carmelo's sitting down between them. Carmelo not standing. Remember, Carmelo didn't stand the whole time until he backed out of the tent. He was sitting down the whole time. These two dudes going back and forth over Carmelo are beating on him. They are beating on him. Watch.
Do y'all?
Oh shit, y'all can't see nothing. Hold up, my bad. Hold up, y'all can't see. What the hell happened? All right, here we go. Now, I don't know what happened. All right, here we go. So again, remember, Carmelo, let me play this. So Carmelo, again, these are two guys standing up.
In the chat if you see them.
See, they're going back and forth, they're boom, boom, boom. They're going back and forth, beating something. But that's not Carmelo. People thought this was Carmelo. That's not Carmelo. He's sitting down between them here. He getting beat on. Carmelo is getting beat on. Now check it out. Watch. Let me pull the video all the way up. So check this out.
Do y'all see the one in the chat if you see them? Do y'all see the punches? Is it clear now? Do y'all see the punches?
Now, can we all agree? Put a one in the chat if you agree. Can we all agree that we see punches being thrown? Okay, now if you don't see punches being thrown, then put a two. But if you put a one in the chat.
Now, does it look like, again, to you guys too, does it look like these two dudes are punching back and forth? Because remember, neither one of those are Carmelo. Carmelo is sitting down between them. So just remember that. Carmelo's not standing up. He's sitting down between them two. Here we go.
Because the witnesses, this is further proof the witnesses lied. None of them said anything about punches being thrown back and forth. None of them said that. They didn't say any, so lied by omission. There were many details and things that they did not say.
Really quickly, everybody, there's no such thing as lying by omission. I've been wanting to tackle this shit for the longest time. There is no such thing as lying by omission. Lying means to tell an untruth, to tell something that didn't happen, to make up something that did not happen. That is a lie. Lying by omission is not like, there's no such thing. It is up to you to do your full investigation on anything that you want to know. It's not up to me to have to tell you every goddamn thing. That's not a lie. I don't have to tell you everything. There's no obligation for me to tell you everything. If you're doing your diligence in investigation, then you would ask me what you need to ask me, and I will tell you. However, if you don't ask it, I'm not obligated to tell you shit. That's up to you to figure it out on your own. This is in the law too. I don't have to tell you anything. Just like, again, back and forth, the prosecutor and the defense. The prosecutor and defense only have to give over information that each one of them asked for. If the other one doesn't know to ask for the information, they don't get it. And it's not lying by omission. You just didn't ask for it. That ain't on me. That's on you. So let's do away with that lying by omission bullshit. It's up to you, the person looking for the information, doing the investigation, to be diligent enough, to be and thorough enough to get to that point, to get to the information that you thought was left out. That's how that worked.
Okay, so everyone is seeing that there's punches being thrown. Thank you. But the whites and supremacists who just don't want to face the truth and don't care about facts will sit here and say that we're all just making it up.
They're punching back and forth on Carmelo.
Now,
put a 1 in the chat if y'all see them punching.
Do y'all see them punching? Now, let me slow it down. This is fast speed. So it looks going back and forth. I want to slow it down for y'all so y'all can see it in regular speed. Does it look like they're punching to y'all?
Being thrown. Thank you. But the whites and supremacists who just don't want to face the truth and don't care about facts will sit here and say that we're all just making it up.
They're punching back and forth on Carmelo.
Look,
put
down
a
here
1
in
in
the
the chat if y'all see them punching.
He right there.
And you can tell that they're punching on Carmelo, and I'm going to tell you how you can tell. Because first of all, and here's how you know Carmelo, but they arrived and got it. All right, please pay attention. Hey, the lies that these people told.
Carmelo. Do y'all see the arms
down.
now? Swinging and punching Carmelo. Yes.
Now, these are two people swinging. Now, remember, Carmelo is not standing up. So the two people swinging, who they swinging on? Are they fighting each other? Are they swinging on each other? Who are they swinging on? So put it in the chat. Let me know. Looks like, all right, looks like punching. All right, Dex. Dex said, look like punching to me. It looked like me too, Dex.
Yes, it happened quick, but there were people on both sides of Carmelo wailing on him while he was in the middle.
Yep.
I'm going back and forth so y'all can see.
England Carmelo.
Carmelo's body is still sitting down. Do y'all see him in the middle? They're punching him in the middle. Right? I'm going back and forth so y'all can see this. Yes, it happened quick.
Look, he's right there.
This is what happened.
He's right here in the middle. Getting punched on. Sitting down. That's his head. Up under that. Yo. That wasn't introduced in the video in the court. Because the defense didn't enhance the video. He didn't want to clean up the video. He didn't do none of that shit. He didn't do any of that. Again, this was a terrible, shitty defense. I mean, that motherfucker need his ass whooped, allegedly. Verbally. He need a verbal ass whooping. But just saying. God damn. So that's the first video. So then more video came out. Leaked footage came out about, because they only started the video under the tent, right? But they actually got part of the video where they were all walking up from far away. So you can actually see all of them. Before, the video was really close on the inside and you can see them broken up. You can see Austin, not Austin, but what's his name? Hunter and a couple other dudes. And then they linked up with the brother as they were walking in. But this video right here, hold on. First off, then it got shown that the court clerk, she got fired because she was giving the MAGA people, Carmelo's information. Everything that was going on about the case that should have been that was supposed to be top secret. She was giving she's feeding all the information. That's how they found out where Carmelo and them lived. The court clerk, who was a faggot bitch, she was feeding information to MAGA, to faggot. That's how they were finding out where they were. So she got fired. So all this stuff was coming out. So check this out. Oops. I'm gonna get to the video in a minute, but let me see if this is because I'm about to break down what really happened.
Carmelo Stadium. Everybody seen this video, clear video. Now, yes, you cannot make this up. There is more video of Hunter Metcalf as they walk into the stadium. Y'all seen that? He runs past Austin Metcalf. This is Hunter Metcalf. He runs past Austin Metcalf straight up to Carmelo Anthony.
Carmelo's new defense team is on their job, baby, because now the full clip and clear footage of what happened in those stands is out. And Hunter, you told a little fib, didn't you? Turns out Hunter is the one that walked right up to Carmelo Anthony. But directly after the incident happened, Hunter went on the news and he said that they sat down and Carmelo was yelling things at them. That never happened. And we know it didn't happen because we have video footage that it never happened. We have video footage of Hunter walking directly up to Carmelo, not Austin, which completely contradicts what Hunter said on the news. This is why they never called Hunter to the stand. And that defense lawyer screwed over Carmelo Anthony. There's no doubt in my mind that all of them are in on this shit together. And they railroaded Carmelo. And that is the reason why they never let Hunter get on the stand. But that new team, baby, oh, they're not playing. And Hunter, you're going to go to jail. Hunter's going to go to jail. And that is exactly what should have happened in the first place.
I want the judge locked up. I want the DA locked up. Everybody who was involved with that motherfucker needs to go to fuck jail. They tried to hide the video, but we see the video plain as day that them boys walked all the way across the field to bother that young man. It was 4 of them. I want Hunter arrested for lying, perjury. Lying on that goddamn stand, lying on that interview. It should be his ass in that ground and not his brother. Yeah.
Secret Service Sam here with a Carmelo Anthony update. Now here's something interesting. Frisco police officer Bo Riley testified that they took Carmelo Anthony's cell phone at the scene, right? He also testified that a knife that is under 5 inches is legal in the state of Texas. Now, whether or not it was legal to have it on school grounds, it wasn't accepted, but it doesn't mean it's illegal. It is legal to carry a knife in the state of Texas. Like I said, it is against school policy, but not illegal in the state of Texas. Now, the question is, why did the prosecutors refuse to cross-examine him? That's my question. There's so many questions involving this case. There's so much injustice. Like 35 years for this crime, even if he is guilty, is still way overboard. This was not premeditated. This, I believe, was self-defense.
Greetings, MAGA and gentlemen. Hunter Metcalf is the reason why Austin Metcalf is no longer here. Pure survival.
Hold on, let me.
Or not pure.
Important, Chris, is because to some degree, in reaction to a use of force, that would have put you into manslaughter territory. The reason that's important, Chris, is because to the challenges, the peremptory challenges that were used by the prosecution.
Draw some money. And I decide.
Hold on.
And they all were telling them what to do.
Sorry, I was trying to get to the part where they played the audio. So there's an audio of the mom. So she tells a story of Hunter and Austin about at a football game where there was a team that hadn't won a game in like goddamn 3 years, that they beat Austin and Hunter's team. That's how sorry Austin and Hunter's team was. So let's get to the real point about what happened. Real quick though, let me show you this video. I got to show you this video first before then I'm gonna get to what really happened. Hold on. Where's the man, dang it. Oh, let me see. Is this it?
It's safe firm, y'all. I beat my head bars.
Oh, let's see how you talk for real.
Okay, that's not it. God damn. Hold on, real. God damn it, where did it go? All right, so I have to look it up. Hold on. Oops. Because he has the actual video. All right, check this out. Okay, so here's the video. So check this out. So this is a video of them walking from the middle school right here. This is them coming in. So Hunter comes running up. They say Hunter come running up to catch up. That's them right there. Hunter runs up because he was behind. He runs up to catch up. Now watch this. This is all them still. This is why this is self-defense. Watch this. Now here they go. Now watch this. This is Hunter in the front. Hunter's in the front. Two people walk off. Hunter walked right up to Carmelo. Look, and then the other three, they walk right up there behind Hunter. So that's Hunter walks up first. Austin walks up behind them with them other two. 4 dudes walk up on you. How the hell do only the dude that's talking to me aggressively is the angry one, is the violent one. I ain't got to worry about the other 3 around me. Get the fuck out of here. He wasn't jumped. He was just arguing with one person. Dude, if you got 4 dudes standing around you, you have to assume all of them getting ready to whoop your ass, especially if you're not doing anything and they walk up on you. Especially if you're not doing anything, they walk up on you. Now, why did Hunter walk up to Carmelo right away? Why did Hunter walk up to Carmelo right away? Now, this doesn't show the incident. It only shows them talking now. They're into some talking. Now, Hunter's interview, he's done a whole bunch of interviews where he's contradicted himself and said some stuff, tried to cut himself off and stuff like that. Stuff like, my brother, he would always defend me. Even when I'm in the wrong, he would step up and try to protect me and defend me even when he knows I'm wrong. Okay, that's one thing. Then he said that at one point he was sitting in the tent and this guy came and sat behind him. And he turned around and he asked him who he was because they apparently they didn't know Carmelo, which is crazy because Carmelo is a football star and y'all play against Carmelo, right? So Carmelo's a football star. You say you don't know him, but you sat in front of him or he sat down behind you. You turned around and asked him who he was. He just started talking recklessly. He started talking angry and recklessly and aggressive. He said he started talking aggressive just out of nowhere. He sat behind you, started talking aggressive. So that means you had an interaction with him first because we're getting to why Hunter walked up to him first. Now, going back to the mom story, back to that football game. In the football game, the mom said they was getting their asses beat by a team who hadn't won a game in 3 years. So the cheerleaders, after the game, they went to some Applebee's or Outback or whatever, and the cheerleaders was talking crazy. They was like, they was the cheerleaders for them, their cheerleaders. Hunter and Austin's cheerleaders was like, y'all niggas are so bad, y'all suck. They was basically shitting on their own football team. And so Austin got mad, but Austin wasn't the bad one. This is the fucked up thing about this whole thing. Austin wasn't the bad one. Austin was not the bad one. It was Hunter. So Austin he went to the girls and he said, why are y'all talking like that? You guys are supposed to support us. Y'all are cheerleaders. He was basically asking in a real kind of way, like, why y'all fucking shitting on us? We really want to know. Then Hunter, though, he came in and started talking about fat bitch this. He started going off on the girls, right? Then he told the girls, my hands are bisexual. I beat up dudes and bitches. He said, my hands is bisexual. So Hunter is the bitch ass motherfucker, right? I'm only giving this context to show what happened. Hunter's the punk bitch who starts shit all the time, right? Austin is not that one. He don't start shit. He gets mad. He has a temper because they talked about how he was mad in the game and all that type of shit. But he don't really lash out or anything like that. Apparently, the fact that when he whooped his dad, there must have been some shit his dad did. Not that Hunter wasn't the bad guy. His dad was an asshole, and that's how his dad got whooped. But Austin's not Austin's not the bad guy. His dad was the bad guy. That's how his dad got whooped. But so going back to Hunter, there was a lady who called in. There was another lady who said that she was on vacation at one point. She was in someplace on vacation, and she had met a lady who worked at the school, one of the teachers. And while they was on vacation, just randomly, she didn't even know anything about this whole thing. She didn't know anything about Hunter, Carmelo Anthony. She was just on vacation. She didn't know anything about it. And the lady asked her, do you know anything about this Carmelo Anthony stabbing in Texas, back in America? And she was like, nah, I don't know nothing about it. So then the lady started telling her everything about it. And she started talking about how Austin was the good kid And Hunter was the punk ass bitch. People don't really like Hunter and all this and that. I mean, Hunter's basically a punk bitch. He's an asswipe. So now, going back now with all that context, I got hands that are bisexual, you know, calling the girl fat bitch. When the situation got so out of hand that the girl reported it to school. That's why we know about it, because the girl reported Hunter to school. That's how bad it was. He threatened to beat her. So she had to report it. So now, go back to this, what we just saw. What we just saw, Hunter walks up to Carmelo first, because the story was that at first, before they all walked up to him, Hunter and Carmelo had an interaction first. Because remember, Carmelo was sitting in there a long time before they got there. Hunter was there first. Now, this is the whole thing of how this shit happened. It's really simple. Everybody has made it into this crazy race thing and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And he said, this is really simple, everybody. If you've been, and most guys would understand this, especially if you played sports. Hunter and Austin are very sensitive about their football team. Their football team sucks. Like they was getting beat by niggas who hadn't won a game in 3 years. That's how bad their team is. So they're very sensitive about their football team. Carmelo is a big star, right? Star football team. Their football team is dope. You know them two niggas have played each other. Those two teams have played each other before, right? So that begs to go, was Carmelo's team talking crazy to Hunter and Austin's team when they were at the football game? We don't know. Or were they talking crazy behind the scenes that you niggas suck, we better football team? We only can speculate about that, right? But what did happen, what we do know is Carmelo under the tent he was talking shit about their football team. Under the tent, Carmelo was talking shit about the football team. So this is what happened. They're under the tent, right? They see Carmelo. Apparently, this is me alleging it. They got some beef from the football battles they've had. Carmelo started talking shit about their football team. Your football team suck. Wop, right? So then Hunter goes, well, get the fuck out of our tent then, bitch. If you're going to talk shit about our football team, get the fuck from under our tent. Carmelo goes, I ain't going nowhere, bitch. Make me leave. Because remember, he was invited under the tent. He talking to his homie, so he don't think I ain't got to go nowhere. I'm under here because I'm talking to my homeboy. I can be here. So Austin, he's like, all right then, motherfucker. He walks off and goes against Hunter and the rest of the guys. And that's what you see, what I just showed you, them coming back. That's why they all walked up to Carmelo right off the bat, like Carmelo, because otherwise, why would they just walk? If that was their first time under the tent, why would they just walk up to Carmelo out of nowhere? It was because there was an incident before that Hunter had with Carmelo, where Carmelo was talking shit about the football team. And that's when Hunter told him to get out of the tent. Because you would think, why were they telling him to leave the tent in the rain? That makes no sense. That these two dudes would tell him to leave the tent. That made no fucking sense that these dudes would do that. They would say, well, they're racist. They're not racist. Carmelo got white friends. The Metcalfs have black friends. Real black friends. They had a pool party. They hugging on each other in the pool with no shirts on and shit, which is gay as fuck to me. But they are hugging each other in the pool. So they're not racist. The kids aren't racist. This is just regular football shit. Regular kid football shit. My school against your school. Your school suck, nigga. Your football team suck. Well, get the fuck from under our tent then. You gonna talk shit about our team? I ain't moving nowhere, nigga. Make me move, bitch. All right, hold up. Go get Austin. They come back. And that's when the shit goes. Well, now what? Now what? And that's when Carmelo goes, he goes for the bag. Yeah, touch me and see what happened. Because it was a 4 niggas now. There's 4 niggas around him now. That's when he goes, oh shit, I gotta. This is a real situation. That's what happened, y'all. Carmelo, not a bitch. Dope ass football player, probably smashed on them niggas in the football game. Start talking shit about their football team. Hunter gets mad. Tell that nigga to get the fuck out of our tent then. Carmelo don't leave. Metcalf go, all right then, fuck you, nigga. I'm gonna go get my brother, who is the fighter. The brother's the fighter between the two. Metcalf, Hunter is the shit talker. Austin is the fighter. So he go gets the fighter, and then he gets his brother killed. which is why you hear that Hunter is really spiraling out of control. Like he's going through some crazy shit right now. And that would be because he started some shit and got his brother killed. This is fucked up. He got the good brother killed. And the good brother got killed because you didn't have no discernment. You just can't be jumping in and sticking up for motherfuckers all the time, especially if they've done wrong. It's your time to correct that person. If you're truly a friend to that person or a family member to that person, you correct them on their wrong behavior. That's what you truly do. You don't jump in and start whooping somebody's ass when they've done wrong. So now you've done wrong. You've engaged in the wrong too. And that's what happened to the brother. This is so fucked up. Y'all, this was so goddamn fucked up, man. So, last thing I got. So that's what happened with the Carmelo thing, y'all. It was so simple, and they've stretched this shit out of control. But it was as simple as, your football team suck. Well, get the fuck from under our tent then. I ain't going nowhere, nigga. Move me. Make me move. All right, hold up. I'll be right back. Go get my brother. They all walk up to him. Get the fuck out of our tent. You gonna be talking shit? I ain't going nowhere. That's because he kept talking reckless. That's all Hunter kept saying, that Carmelo was talking reckless, talking aggressively, talking reckless. But he wouldn't say what he was saying. Because if he was talking, fuck you white motherfuckers, if he would have said all of that. But all Carmelo was saying was, your football team suck. That's what he means. That's what he means when he says he was talking reckless and aggressive. Y'all niggas suck. So that's what happened, y'all. And he got his brother fucking killed, and he having a hard time dealing with it. But Carmelo, that's going to come out later, and he's going to get off. So moving along. And it's so funny, nigga. Motherfuckers who've seen the video, you can barely see what's going on under the video unless you enhanced it. But most niggas who don't have enhanced video, they talking about what they can see under the video. They making up all kind of scenarios under the video. Nigga, Carmelo right here. If you look right here to the left, you can see Carmelo was baking some cookies at that time, and then Hunter walked over and tried to grab the cookie. He tried to grab the cookie dough, and then he said, "Nigga, don't fuck with my cookie dough, nigga." And I said, "Nigga, this is my cookie dough." And so, nigga, wait a minute, they was fighting over cookie dough. Like, nigga, you can see it right there. If you close one eye, and then roll that eye around, roll the open eye around a little bit, and then burp. As you roll the eye around, you can see it all. Yeah, but you got to burp while you're rolling the eye around. It don't work if you don't burp with the eye rolling. I'm just saying. I'm telling you how to get over, my nigga. You got to roll your eye around and burp at the same time. Like, niggas were seeing all kind of shit under that shit that didn't make any sense. None of it made any sense. Like, nigga, y'all so full of shit. Y'all don't see nothing under this video. It's so dark under here. They're all wearing black. You can't see anything until you enhance the video. And then we just saw them two fighting over Carmelo. It was a commotion. They was punching back and forth over Carmelo. So either they were punching each other over Carmelo or they were punching Carmelo. I come to believe they were punching Carmelo. Just saying. So moving along in nigga news. Stephen A. Smith is getting some backlash because he said the Lakers, first of all, happy days are here again. 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 Oh, bitch Bron is gone. Bitch Bron got fired, baby. Oh, it is a wonderful time. Sort of. That's only half the story. It's a wonderful time. We are finally free from LaBitch James, LaHo James, LeStank ass James, whatever the hell you want to call him. We are finally free of the whack bitch James. And then the Lakers go and hire 3 white motherfuckers to be the stars on the team. So Stephen A came out and said, well, they already had 2 of the white cats. They went and hired another center white guy. And so they're going to be 3 of the starters of the squad is going to be white. And so Stephen A come out and said, you niggas ain't about to do nothing with that. So let me show you Stephen A. Because this is the one time I rarely, if ever, at any point in time, agree with Stephen A. However, I wholeheartedly agree with Stephen A. in this case right now. He got all the backlash. He racist and all this and that type of shit. Stephen A is racist. Stephen A is racist. And then all the coon Cajuns, the coon brothers coming out. Look here, Stephen A. That was a bad take, brother. That was just a bad take, brother. We all know that was a bad. You can't say stuff like that, brother. You can't say stuff like that, Stephen A. That just looks so bad, brother. You just can't say that white people can. We know white people can play basketball, brother. We all know that. We all know that white people can shoot that ball. We all know that white people can do everything that black people can do. Hey, we all know, brother. Wait a minute, nigga. When was that? When was that? Well, hold on. So we like, nigga, when was that? So I'm from the old school. At one point in time, we all knew it was the elephant in the room. We all knew that melanated people are much more athletic than Caucasian people. That's just a fact. Everybody knows that. That's the hidden elephant. It's not the hidden elephant in the room. It's the elephant in the room. Everybody knows it. Nobody want to call that motherfucker out. So Stephen A. finally calls the elephant in the room out. And everybody went on him. But this is something we all knew 20, 30 years ago. White people knew this, but all of a sudden, white people they've been winning in sports for a while. So now all of a sudden they just as good as oh wait, hold on. So here's Stephen A. Check it out. This is hilarious.
I will be the first to admit that where I'm about to go is going to be uncomfortable.
He said MAGA starting 5.
But I'm covering sports, damn it, and I'm going to call it like I see it. And this is just what it is.
Wait.
We have to ask. I will be the.
He said MAGA starting 5. The FAGA starting 5. Yo, that's hilarious. But Stephen A. went off, and he was correct in this instance. So I gotta side with Stephen A. on this one.
First to admit that where I'm about to go is going to be uncomfortable for some people to hear. But I'm covering sports, damn it, and I'm going to call it like I see it. And this is just what it is. We have to ask ourselves a couple of very, very important questions, particularly in the aftermath of what has transpired with the Los Angeles Lakers. Luke Kennard is gone. He is now a member of the Phoenix Suns. Marcus Smart is an unrestricted free agent, not scheduled to stay with the Los Angeles Lakers. And Rui Hachimura is on the verge of leaving himself. It appears that is going to happen. The Los Angeles Lakers, over the last week, you signed Austin Reeves to a 4-year, or agreed to sign him to a 4-year, $185 million deal, making him and Luka Doncic the cornerstones of your franchise. And just today, a couple of hours ago, it was announced that the Los Angeles Lakers have signed this big boy Kessler from Utah. All right, Walker Kessler from Utah, 7'2", averaged 14 and 10, rim protector, and was considered one of the 2 A-list big men available potentially in free agency, the other being Jalen Duren from Detroit. Evidently, Luka Doncic, this is what he wanted. He made it very clear to the Los Angeles Lakers, and specifically to Rob Pelinka, that's exactly what he wanted. He needed a rim protector. He needed somebody that could play some defense. Need a big boy to be able to throw the basketball to. That's what he wants, okay? Which is probably another reason why LeBron James got the hell up out of there.
Fuck LeBron.
But this is where I need to go.
Fuck that bitch.
And I'm giving out the number from now because I know.
First of all, he was fired. He didn't leave. It was one of that old, you can't fire me because I quit. That's what that shit was. You fire me. You can't fire me. I quit. That's what that shit was.
I'm going to hear from a lot of people on this, but damn it, it needs to be said, so I'm going to say it. Okay? 86. What am I saying? 888-623-3646. 888 Mad Dog 6 is the number to call. I just got to say it, y'all. Where the hell the Los Angeles Lakers think they're going with a bunch of white dudes? Somebody had to say it, so I'm saying it. Your 3 top players are white dudes? Really? This ain't golf. This ain't baseball. Hell, it ain't even soccer. And we got a whole bunch of brothers on Team USA. What y'all think this is? It's basketball. This is basketball. In NBA history, when have you seen your 3 most prominent players on a basketball team all be white? And that takes you to the promised land. Somebody got to say it, so I'm saying it. Sorry to the leadership of SiriusXM, Eric Spitz, Steve Torrey, Mad Dog Russo. Sorry if it makes y'all uncomfortable. Love y'all. Y'all know that. But damn it, we did it. I'm a brother.
Hey.
Yo, this is basketball. I'm not complaining.
Is he lying?
I'm simply making the point. Ladies and gentlemen, the Los Angeles Lakers, Tinseltown, a place where everybody from Wilt and Kareem,
thank you,
and Shaq and Magic and Kobe
Yes, Jerry West before them. Yes, George Mikan before the aforementioned centers. But this is the Lakers. This is Southern California. This is La. This is LA, baby. This ain't Utah.
You damn right. You got Devin Stephen.
And even in Utah, when you had Stockton, you had Malone. Even when you had Hornacek and Stockton, you still had Malone.
Thank you.
Even when you had the 7'4" Eaton, you still had Malone. And Byron Russell.
Yep, Byron Russell.
I mean, what's up? Somebody got to say it, so I'm saying it. You ain't going anywhere. Being led by 3 white dudes in today's generation of basketball. I'm letting you know right now, it ain't happening. And Luka's a bad brother. And Austin Reeves is no scrub. And they both have earned what they have earned. And then with LeBron James or some other brothers I get. But those two and Walker Kessler, you ain't scaring anybody with that. I'm just saying.
So they went off on Stephen A, nigga. God damn. Yo, real quick. Conceptual elixirs. And Transcendental and Brandon Terry. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for the cash apps.
May the force be with you.
Hey, Stephen A went off, right? And I 100% wholeheartedly agree. Curtis Neal, thank you for the cash app.
May the force be with you.
I 100% agree with that message. This is Kevin A. Barringer, and I agree with that message. So now, again, they're tripping out. They're chimping out, as they would call us. They're chimping out. The white people are chimping out. As they would say we do. You're chimping out, brother. You're just chimping out. Okay, well, you guys are chimping out. Because listen to these stories. Listen to these stories from Larry Bird. These are stories about Larry Bird. I want to know if Larry Bird is racist.
Larry's always called me cheesy, right? He's like, cheesy, who guarded me? And I was like, I got Kelly, I got Lamb, I got Benson, 3 white dudes. He's like, you ain't got no brothers? No. He said, hey man, you can't put no white dude on me. Hey. That is straight disrespect.
Yo.
Over the years, on where Bird ranks on the all-time list. The former Boston Celtic forward was classic trash.
But let me just tell you what this dude told me one time, right? Now, all back line at one time it was Kelly Tripucka, Bill Laimbeer, Ken Benson. 3 white dudes.
2 of them I ain't never heard of.
Okay. All right. So we walk out on the court and he said, who guarded me? And I said, well, hey, we both from Indiana. We talking stuff. Me and his mom had a close relationship in college. His mom would write me like notes, was even writing me notes like when I was in the pros, like, good luck, everything else, right? So Larry's always called me cheesy, right? He's like, cheesy, who guarded me? And I was like, I got Kelly, I got Lamb, I got Benson. He's like, you ain't got no brothers? He's like you? He's like you?
Disrespecting me.
That's what he said. That's exactly what he said. He said, hey man, you can't put no white dude on me. Hey. That is straight disrespect. He said, don't put no white dude on me. So check this out. So the next year we come back, I said, I got somebody for your ass, right?
Yeah.
He said, who you got? I said, Robin. He said, okay, he's a little better. He said, but don't ever put no white dude on me because that is disrespectful. I was like, okay.
Now, that's that story. That's one story. Larry Bird was real. Larry Bird, you can't guard me with no white motherfucker. See, that's what I'm saying. It was just known that black people were more athletic than white people. Go to the movie. What's the movie Glory Road? Y'all ever seen that movie Glory Road? About the Indiana or Illinois? What was it? The team, the black they put in all black people, 7. They started 7 black players against an all-white team. Pat Riley was on the other team. Was it Indiana or something? I forgot the name of the school. But they started 7 black players against the whole white team and beat the snot. Not just barely beat. Them 7 niggas beat the snot out of them white motherfuckers with Pat Riley on the goddamn squad. Pat bitch ass Riley. Got banged on. First play of the game. Pat Riley got dunked on. Straight up. So they already knew what was popping. So check this out. This is another one. This is Byron Scott.
Larry Bird, to me, it was so much fun playing against him because he talked so much. And I remember talking about, he talked a whole lot, but I guess I ain't talking if you backing it up.
Yeah,
and he was backing it up. The story goes that when he played against Denver, they had a guy named John Hansley, 6'7", Notre Dame guy, white guy, really good defender. They put him on Larry, and Larry was weighing his out. And Larry would run by the bench and tell Doug Moe, who's the coach, get him off me. Put a black guy on me. That's why he gives Coop so much. He still says to this day, Coop is the best defender he's ever played against.
Wow.
But he was like, you disrespecting me by putting a white guy on me.
I feel you.
But that's Larry, because when he played back in the day, that's all he played against was brothers. So he was like, don't put no white guy on me. That's disrespect. So when they did that, he said, I had to torch his ass so they understand.
Never see him again.
Get him off me. But that was Larry Bird.
Oh, fuck with Larry Bird, motherfucker. First of all, Larry Bird is the greatest white player that's ever played. By far. It's not even close. Larry Bird is the greatest white player that's ever played basketball. He said, nigga, you put this white motherfucker on me? Now I got to torch this bitch ass motherfucker to let you know. Don't you ever in your motherfucking life put a white person on me. Put a white dude on me. You crazy? Now, check this out. This last one is from an actual white dude who had to guard Larry Bird. Check this out. This is from a white guy who had to guard Larry Bird.
We're playing the Celtics, and we're getting ready for the jump ball. And I'm starting. I'm guarding Larry Bird. Then Chris is out there. Hi to Larry. Shake hands, blah, blah, blah. And Larry looks at me. And he looks over at Chris. Do you remember what he said to you? He goes, you guys gonna guard me with a white guy? Let me tell you. I looked over at Larry. I go, dude, I'm trying to make a living. All right. Yeah, easy. He was unbelievable. He really was. He took a shot one.
Hey, Larry's about that life. He said, y'all about to guard me with a white dude? He said, nigga, y'all crazy. That's why Larry Bird was so good. He played with nothing but niggas. Now, there's a couple of white guys who you got to mention, who gets honorable mention. But this is the thing, how they try to act like black people aren't known as being the most athletic. When you are great athletically, they equate you with black people. Hence, Jason Williams, white chocolate. Why would he be called white chocolate if being called chocolate didn't mean this nigga has some type of special ability that black people have? Now, white motherfuckers, all these race, oh no, faggot wants to get this is racist, bro. Steve, I knew Stephen A. Smith, you racist motherfucker. I knew it, man. I knew you were fucking racist every time you get on the TV, man. Every time you say something that's racism coming out of your fucking mouth, man. That's why they need to get you off of ESPN, man. That's why they need to let you go, man. That's why they need to like, nigga, shut the fuck. Yo, shut your bitch ass up. So shout out to Larry Bird, because Larry Bird know the real shit. We ended this conversation immediately with the greatest white player of all time, saying you cannot guard me with white dudes. So Stephen A., you are backed up. Yeah, Pistol Pete was off the chain. Tom Chambers was good, but Tom Chambers is known as being great because of that dunk. Tom Chambers had one of the greatest dunks in NBA history of all time. Like, honestly, that's one of the greatest. Like, that motherfucker went up and kept going up. You thought this nigga had boosties in his shoes. Like, how the fuck is Tom Chambers, somebody with the name Tom Chambers, jumping this high? Like, what the fuck? So, shout out to Tom Chambers. But yeah, Pistol Pete was dope. Pistol Pete was real. He was the real one. Pistol Pete was that motherfucker. Pistol Pete was real. Everybody who played with black people. Jason Williams played with black people. Pistol Pete played with black people. Larry Bird played with black people growing up. So anybody who played with black people growing up, come on, man. White motherfuckers is sensitive as shit, but you know goddamn well niggas is more athletic. Stop playing. And then real quick, what was the last thing? Oh, snap. Did I have it? Oh, man. Did I have it? I think I lost it. I don't have it. It was another video I was about to show you, but the white dude in the video. Oh, wait, do I have it? Hold on. He goes through Stephen A. Oh yeah, hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, I gotta let y'all see this. Hold on. Hold on. So this white guy, he gives backlash. He gives some pushback to Stephen A. Right now, watch this.
History. When have you seen your three most prominent players on a basketball team all be white? And that takes you to the promised land. Somebody got to say it, so I'm saying it. This is basketball. I'm not complaining. I'm simply making the point. The Los Angeles Lakers. You ain't going anywhere being led by three white dudes in today's generation of basketball. I'm letting you know right now, it ain't happening. Nope. And Luka's a bad brother. And Austin Reeves is no scrub. And they both have earned what they have earned. And then with LeBron James or some other brothers, I get. But those two and Walker Kessler, you ain't scaring anybody with that. And Rob Pelinka has done made this white dude central. No wonder LeBron James walked out the door.
White
Where
dude.
the hell are Los Angeles?
So some issues with what Stephen A. Smith has said. First, the obvious fact of the blatant racism. Imagine saying this about three black players on an NHL team.
Holy shit. I sounded pretty close to. So, Stephen A. Smith talking about black players on white players on a black team. Like, nigga, wait a minute. I be getting them voices down. So, we're going to talk about Stephen A. talking about white players on a black team.
For example, and saying that an NHL team can't win with three black players as their main stars, that you would get called a racist up and down. Now, that's the first issue. The second and probably the biggest issue is the fact that Stephen A. Smith is talking about basketball when he doesn't even know what the heck he's going on about. The 1985-1986 Boston Celtics and the 1957-1958 St.
Look how far back this motherfucker had to go back. This nigga went back to when it was two teams in the league. In the 50s, nigga, it was two teams, and the prize was a pack of now laters when they played back in the day. Nigga, what you talking about? Then he boosted it, so it went from 50s to the 80s. This is the gap it had from the 50s. Then it picked it back up at the 80s. Larry Bird, again, the greatest white player of all time. That's the only. And Kevin McHale. Hold up, Kevin McHale. That motherfucker was bad. Hold up, nigga. Goddamn. How did I forget Kevin McHale? That motherfucker. Woo! Kevin McHale is one of the greatest post players of all time, if not the. Go look at Kevin McHale's post moves. God damn. I mean, well, maybe next to post player next to Akeem Olajuwon. He's the greatest post player, probably next to Akeem Olajuwon. But Kevin McHale is incredible in the post. So he had to go to only two teams in the 50s and then the 80s. So his last team is 40 years ago that he's bringing up. 40 years. And even on that team that he's bringing up on the Boston Celtics, they still had Robert Parrish and Dennis Johnson, two Hall of Famer black people on that starting lineup. That's what they ain't forgetting to say. You had not just two regular niggas on the lineup. You had to have two Hall of Fame black niggas on that lineup for that team to be good. Or that team wasn't going nowhere. Period.
Louis Hawks hold the distinction of winning NBA championships with the most white players on their rosters. And Stephen A. Smith, I'm sure, would agree that the 85-86 Boston Celtics is one of the greatest basketball teams of all time. And that's coming from me, a Lakers fan. The 1986 Celtics are famous for their dominant 67-win season, which featured 8 of the 15 players being white. Their roster included Hall of Famers like Larry Bird, Kevin McHale, and Sixth Man of the Year, Bill Walton. You also had Danny Ainge, which is another fantastic player, Scott Wedman, Rick Carlisle, and Greg Kite.
First of all, the four players that he named first, those were the only contributing players. Danny Ainge, Bill Walton, Kevin McHale, and Larry Bird. Those are the only motherfucking white people who contributed pretty much on that team. So again, you got to go back 40-some years for this nigga to bring up some old 40-something-year-old shit. Like, motherfucker, if you don't get your ass out of here going back 40 years to explain how white people it was a predominantly white team acting like they were doing the most damage and beating the shit out of niggas. That wasn't happening. Dennis Johnson, you don't beat the Lakers if Dennis Johnson ain't guarding Magic. If Dennis Johnson, one of the greatest defenders of all time, Hall of Famer, basically almost off his defense, if he not guarding Magic, y'all ain't winning that. Y'all ain't winning that championship against the Lakers. Nigga, stop playing. So yeah, John Stockton was off the chain. Aries. That's only because he's Aries. Just saying. It's only because he's Aries. But Aries get it done no matter what the color. Just saying. Real quick though, everybody, make sure you take advantage of the Sirius Rising sale. I just showed you the Sirius Rising, the Sirius Gate. So make sure you take advantage. It's only today and tomorrow. That is all. You understand? The sale is only for today and tomorrow. You get the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy. You get the whole Police Stop Law package for free. Know Your Rights manual. Everything you need to know about your rights and how to get accountability for police officers. Public Official Bonds book. Know how to get paid off of police officers when they violate your rights. Constitutional Rights card. Lets them know what will happen when they violate your rights and and what your rights are and what will happen when they violate your rights. That's that right there. Qualified Immunity card. Lets them know they lose their qualified immunity when they violate your rights and they do it knowingly or are plainly incompetent. This right here, this is the Civil Rights Constitutional Rights card. You can substitute the original one for this if you want. And then we have the qualified immunity notices. This all comes with the Know Your Rights manual. Plus you get the Police Stop flashcards 1 and 2. But I'm going to give you also the law and government flashcards 1 and 2, as well as the Supreme Court cases, the Supreme Court case flashcards. So you're going to get 5 decks of flashcards as well as the 3. Bam. Why I'm doing this. It's only today and tomorrow. I'm gonna lose some money today and tomorrow, but hey, it's all good. But bam. Oops. You go here, bam. You get all 3. All the goodies right here, bam. You get all 3 Rapstrology volumes right there, or any 3 t-shirts I have within the store. I have hundreds of t-shirts, hundreds of designs. So go ahead and check them out. Rapstrology groups. Bam, right here. This is the dopest shirts I have right here. To me, I got a lot of, and that's saying a lot because I got a lot of dope ones, but these are fire. When I wear these out, people love these shirts. Anywhere I wear these shirts, people love these shirts. Hey, oh my God, what is that? These are dope. The real conversation starter, real collector's item. So you get all of that when you order the Great Book of Melanin Research, the hard copy. Again, but it's only for today and tomorrow. That is it. Sirius Rising sale. Today and tomorrow. If you order after 11 p.m., 11:59 p.m. tomorrow night, and it's a wrap. So make sure you get in there and take advantage of the deal for today and tomorrow. And thank you everybody for hitting the cash apps on my super chats. Appreciate y'all for hooking it up. Let me give y'all out another shout out. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate y'all. And this Sirius Risings Saturn's Day.
May the Force be with you.
And everybody, always remember.
Do or do not. There is no try.
You understand? You heard him. Say it one more time, Master Yoda.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Do or do not, there is no try. Don't let anyone tell you that there is an obstacle in your way to achieving anything that you want to do. All you have to do is just figure out the way to do it. But you can do it, and then do it. Don't sit on your ass. Don't talk about it. Don't pontificate on it 8,000 years. Get off your ass and do it. Just like Nike said. And that is it for me today. I'm hungry as hell. I'm off my cleanse. My shawarma place is closed, so I don't get to eat shawarma. I don't think the turkey burger place is open today. God damn it, I want some real food. I want some real food. Somebody send me some food. Somebody send me one of them down some barbecue chicken sandwich or something. I'm hungry as hell today. But that's it for me today, y'all. I'm out of here. Thank you, everybody. Thank all my moderators and everybody for hitting the cash out and the super chats. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for your donations. Since Patreon kicked me out, that is it for me today. I will holler at y'all again next week. Hopefully my website will be up for the subscription so you can come in and take advantage of the status classes, as you just got a mini status class at the beginning of this live stream today. So that'll be staple for the status classes. What you learned today extrapolate that by 20-fold, 100-fold, really. I got so much information in them videos. I didn't even know how much information I had until I went back and saw how much I was like, God damn, I put a whole lot of shit in this. It is a bunch of information in that stuff that I'd even forgotten. So that will be up hopefully within the next week if my homie can help me out with it. But the subscription part of the website will be up and you can resubscribe because I need you to do that because Patreon sucks. All right, everybody, I'm out of here. I'll at you later. Deuces.
Real Nagas, tap in.